Chapter 693. As one of the few Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darkhan dynasty, Soaring had studied the Tao of weapons refinement extremely deeply. It was precisely because of this that he knew what a Grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the Darkhan dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, Soaring's knowledge of the group of weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Darkhan dynasty and the various neighboring dynasties. After all, the Weapons Craftsman Guild existed in the distant foreign lands as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsman Guild in the foreign lands would send envoys to the Darkhan dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild to provide guidance in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those envoys were at least Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Moreover, every time those envoys left the Darkhan dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, they would leave behind a piece of work, either a Grade 3 spirit weapon or a Grade 2 spirit weapon. The Darkhan dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild was the only place in the Darkhan dynasty that possessed Grade 2 spirit weapons. But the spirit weapons left behind by these envoys couldn't be used for personal use. No matter if it was the Grade 2 spirit weapons or Grade 3 spirit weapons of the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, not to mention top grade amongst top grade spirit weapons, they didn't even have top grade spirit weapons. The Grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild mostly provided an amplification of 67%, and a small number were capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Yet now, he'd instead seen a Grade 3 spirit weapon here that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. How could this not cause him to be shocked? The last time an envoy came seemed to be 30 years ago. At that time, Soaring was only a junior disciple of an ordinary clan in the Darkhan dynasty. Supposedly, that envoy could be considered to be a top figure amongst Grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the Grade 3 spirit weapon he refined was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, the Grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. When did the Feng clan possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? When his feelings gradually calmed down, Soaring frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, only possessed a Grade 4 spirit weapon that could be considered to be top grade that was capable of providing an amplification of 59%. Now, a Grade 3 spirit weapon had appeared in the hands of Feng Wudao's daughter, and it caused him to be truly unable to wrap his head around it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He turned his head slightly and glanced at the purple-clothed youth sitting quietly in the back seat. Could it be because of brother Duan Lingtian? He knew that there was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Lingtian. Therefore, considering the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's hands was most likely refined by the Grade 3 weapon forger behind Duan Lingtian. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. However, he did not point it out for now because he wanted to confirm it further. If the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Miss Tian Wu's possession really came from brother Ling Tian, then brother Ling Tian must have a Grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession as well. Besides Soaring, there were many weapons craftsmen present. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they seemed as if they wished for nothing more than to directly charge over and seize it for themselves. But when they thought of Feng Wudao who stood behind Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they'd been splashed with cold water, and they completely lost their temper. No one in the Darkhan dynasty dared question Feng Wudao's strength. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession caused a wave of excitement in the cage battle arena, and including the two old men that presided over the selection, most people were extremely shocked. If it was said that there was someone amongst the people present that was comparatively composed, that person was none other than Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, slightly lost his composure as he looked at Feng Wudao, and his voice contained slight trembling. The Grade 3 spirit weapon in Tian Wu's possession, at this moment, he'd even tossed Feng Yunxiang that Feng Tianwu had just defeated to the back of his mind. That's a gift given to Tian Wu by a grade 3 weapons craftsman out of respect for my son-in-law. Feng Wu Dao spoke unhurriedly. Son-in-law. As soon as Feng Wu Dao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch, even the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes simultaneously descended onto the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. This Duan Lingtian has a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him. For a time, the hearts of the Feng clan members shook greatly. They originally thought that the reason Duan Lingtian was able to become Duan Lingtian's son-in-law was because Duan Lingtian's luck was good, and they all felt that Duan Lingtian had climbed up the social ladder of their Feng clan. But now, they didn't think like this. What a joke! Even the emperor of the Dark Han dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth the princess to a figure that had a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him, right? Duan Lingtian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on, and he hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Elder Kong and Feng Wu Dao. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong. Both of you sold me out just like this? Huh. Brother Duan, the eldest young master didn't sell you out. He only said that you have a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with a smiling expression. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. This was fine. If the matter of him being a grade 3 weapons craftsman were to be spread out, he could imagine that he would surely become the target of everyone. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest young master obtain this spirit weapon? The Dark Han dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even their Dark Han dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67%. Compared to the spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, it was simply trash. In the Dark Han dynasty, only our imperial family possesses a single grade 3 spirit weapon that's openly displayed. Of course, most people that know clearly in their hearts that our Dark Han dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild possesses many grade 3 spirit weapons, and there are even grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-clothed old man muttered. Could it be that the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of this Feng clan's young master came from the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild? It won't. The emperor shook his head and said with certainty, amongst the grade 3 spirit weapons in the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, there isn't a spirit weapon that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon with an amplification of 69%, let alone a top-grade spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention a member of the Feng clan, even the guild master is unable to privately use a spirit weapon from the Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild. In this way, the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Feng clan's young master was obtained from somewhere else? The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's extremely likely that Feng Wu Dao has gone to the foreign lands and got acquainted with a grade 3 weapons craftsman. It's possible. The emperor nodded, and then he sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of an 8th-level void initiation stage martial artist is truly a reckless waste of God's given gifts. Bai Hao, Zi Shang, and Zi Yan who sat nearby deeply agreed. Humph. As for the second prince, Bai He instead had an unhappy expression. Thinking about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet now, a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely furious. Whoosh! In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention, and she returned to the first-class spectating area where the Feng clan members were and stood in the sky. Now, the other 10 people can issue a challenge once more. The old man that presided over the second round of the selections reacted to this and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps they hadn't recovered from the shock from before, and the other 10 young geniuses didn't react for a long time. Swoosh! In the end, it was Su Li who recovered from his shock first, and he flew out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past the 9 young geniuses that he could choose one by one. In the end, his gaze locked onto the only 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses. You. At this moment, Su Li still felt shocked in his heart. The daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master actually possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well, and it's even a grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. In terms of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill executed by the Feng clan's daughter had similarly caused him to be extremely shocked. It was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on a spirit weapon combined with origin energy and concept. I heard from Master that only a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. But aren't martial skills at the heaven rank and above only capable of being executed with intermediate level concept and above? This caused Su Li to be unable to wrap his head around it no matter how he thought about it. Actually, it wasn't just Su Li, even Duan Lingtian was similarly puzzled. Because Su Li's master had told Su Li before, Duan Lingtian knew it clearly through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Tian Wu. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you executed earlier, elder brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier was formidable, right? Before Duan Lingtian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency. Formidable. Duan Lingtian nodded, and then he said, Tian Wu, according to my knowledge, only a defensive martial skill at the heaven rank and above is able to be executed perfectly when combined with a spirit weapon. Whereas the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to execute a heaven rank martial skill, right? Elder brother Duan, what I executed wasn't a heaven rank martial skill. This defensive martial skill was obtained by my father by chance all those years ago, and it's a high-grade earth rank defensive martial skill that's close to a heaven rank martial skill. Its greatest characteristic is that it can be executed by relying on a spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu slowly explained. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, yet he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if an ordinary earth-rank defensive martial skill is executed when combined with a spirit weapon, it's unable to perfectly merge its amplification into it. Only a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill is capable of accomplishing this. Chapter 694. Elder brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can pass it down to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon or concept. Feng Tianwu spoke to Duan Lingtian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Lingtian's heart when he heard this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill, but to someone that hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was an extremely heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, so long as it wasn't executed by someone whose strength greatly surpassed the defensive martial skill, the defensive martial skill was practically capable of defeating the defensive martial skill. Moreover, this martial skill wasn't present even in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu wanted to pass down this martial skill to him with just a few words, and it was sufficient to show how important he was in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need. But Duan Lingtian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was so great, but he felt there was no need. No matter how good his comprehension ability was, if he wanted to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed, then no matter how good his comprehension ability was, it would at least require him to spend 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Lingtian didn't have much time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he had the time, he wouldn't cultivate it. Because his greatest goal now was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began 1 year from now. At that time, he would be able to directly cultivate the numerous heaven-rank martial skills in the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, and there was no lack of heaven-rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons. So there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this defensive martial skill now. Su Li, in next to no time, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses, and his gaze converged onto the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li was in confrontation with another 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius. This 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius had already made a move once earlier, and he'd only comprehended 7th-level concept, causing him to be unable to pose the slightest threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't revealed his true strength until now, this 8th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius, Su Li's opponent, didn't know Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent moved. Whoosh! His entire body flew out as if he had turned into a sharp arrow that had been released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Su Li. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an azure-colored sword light condensed from his origin energy and 7th-level sword concept appeared swiftly, and it seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure snake that fiercely bit towards Su Li. Die! Su Li's opponent shouted angrily. The sword in his hand was pointed at Su Li's throat. It was obvious that he wanted to kill this person who challenged him. Humph! Sensing the killing intent on his opponent's sword, Su Li coldly snorted and attacked as well. Whoosh! A similar sword light was casually released from Su Li's hand, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept, and it was like a gangrene attached to the bone as it moved like a shadow to intercept his opponent's sword light. At this instant, it seemed as if two venomous snakes were about to bite each other. Some spectators with low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid their eardrums would be shattered by the sound of the collision between the two spirit swords. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly unnecessary. Whoosh! Another ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. Subsequently, everyone present was able to clearly see Su Li's entire body flash out, and he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. Moreover, he and his sword instantly moved to the side when they were about to collide with his opponent's spirit sword. At the instant his opponent reacted, Su Li attacked once more. Whoosh! The spirit sword in Su Li's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it flashed directly towards his opponent. Swish! In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole appeared on the throat of Su Li's opponent, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood sprayed out from it. After struggling for a moment, his opponent's body finally stiffened. After being carried by inertia for a distance, the figure of Su Li's opponent stopped and fell down. A corpse was hung on the cage of the cage battle arena once more. What a swift sword! Early on when Su Li killed his opponent, Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was filled with slight astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Su Li execute an extremely pure sword skill. Sword skills weren't flashy, and they emphasized straightforwardness. Once the sword was drawn, blood would be drawn. This was similar to his sword drawing technique, but Su Li's sword skill was obviously much stronger than the sword drawing technique. Perhaps I can only utilize the Tempest Point to be able to follow the speed of the sword skill Su Li executed earlier. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. If Su Li had used a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was that Su Li only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent in terms of sword concept and possessed the strength of an extra ancient horned dragon. Killing his opponent with a difference of an ancient horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any Void Initiation Stage martial artist. Yet Su Li had done it, and he'd used his pure and direct formidable sword skill. Another 8th level Void Initiation Stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed successively. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire as well. The members of the Darkstone Empire are in the limelight this time. Yeah. Up until now, it wasn't only Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire that had entered the second round of the selections, the other two people had similarly entered the second round of the selections. Duan Lingtian and this young sword cultivator would surely advance in the second round of the selections. I just don't know if the remaining person will be able to advance successfully. That person seems to be a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. I think it's unlikely. After all, after eliminating the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses and the other 3 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position remains in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. A single position, 9 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses fighting for it. It's indeed unlikely. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a blade that flickered with ghastly cold lights. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, what he wanted to do today wasn't limited to this. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li returned to the sky before the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were and stood by Long Yun's side. Su Li, congratulations! Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire including King Yong congratulated Su Li successively. Who's next to issue a challenge? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, and it struck the strained nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu. Swoosh! A wave of wind howls abruptly sounded out as a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun. Duan Lingtian looked at Long Yun who was in the sky above the cage battle arena. He originally didn't think much of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunxiang who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu earlier, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wants to surmount a realm to challenge Feng Yunxiang with a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. At this instant, not to mention anything else, slight admiration faintly arose in Duan Lingtian's heart, and he admired Long Yun's courage. As one of the top figures in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yunxiang possesses a saber concept that's similar to Long Yun, but his cultivation is a level higher and possesses the strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yunxiang. This battle is extremely dangerous to any one of them. Since Long Yun dared to make such a choice, he's either determined to save face, or he's really confident in defeating Long Yun. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. I challenge you. Finally, Long Yun spoke out in a clear voice as he looked at Feng Yunxiang who'd admitted defeat before Feng Tianwu. For a time, the originally clamorous death arena was deathly silent. You want to challenge me? Feng Yunxiang was first stunned when challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you as well. Long Yun slowly grinned as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Whoosh! Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the silent cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes shot over from all directions, and they passed through the sky to descend onto Long Yun as expected. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of everyone present. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist and even threatens to kill the 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. No matter what, this courage is rare. Exactly. With the example of the Yi clan's Yi Lu and the Dark Moon sect's Feng Yu, this young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire actually dares to surmount a realm to challenge someone of a higher realm. He truly deserves praise for his courage. No matter what the outcome is, I support him. I support him as well. The atmosphere of the entire cage battle arena was completely lit up along with Long Yun threatening to challenge the 8th level Void Initiation stage young expert, Feng Yunxiang. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like you wants to kill me? Feng Yunxiang started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. If you're unable to kill me in this battle, then you'll surely die. That will depend on if you have the ability. Long Yun spoke indifferently. Humph. Feng Yunxiang grunted coldly and was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he took the initiative to attack first. Own. 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 Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yunxiang, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with him. 8th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 7th level Saber Concept. Grade 4 Spirit Saber. This was Feng Yunxiang's strength. Duan Tian, how long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yunxiang? Duan Tian was originally concentrating on watching the battle when suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ears. Duan Tian was able to discern that this was Su Li's voice transmission. Chapter 695. I'm guessing that since Long Yun makes a move, he'll be able to kill him within 10 breaths of time. Do you want to make a bet with me? Su Li's voice transmission continued to sound out. 10 breaths of time. Su Li's words caused Duan Tian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li ought to not be speaking without thinking. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior brothers, so perhaps Su Li knew some important things. For example, what shocking martial skill Long Yun had grasped now. Moreover, that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. You obviously have full confidence in Long Yun when you speak like this. If I still bet with you at this time, then wouldn't I be a fool? Duan Tian scolded via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to be too anxious, to the extent that Duan Tian didn't fall into his trap. When he heard what Su Li said earlier, Duan Tian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to concentrate and watch the battle. Presently, Feng Yunxiang had executed the martial skill he'd executed before Feng Tianwu earlier, and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with peerlessly fierce killing intent. On the other hand, Long Yun's eyes squinted abruptly when faced with the saber images that covered the sky and swept down, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duan Tian had seen before appeared once more in his hand. During the first round of the selections, Duan Tian had once seen Long Yun use this spirit saber to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. At that time, Duan Tian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber. Whoosh! Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber in his hand, a phenomenon abruptly appeared above him. Numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing. The number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes that swiftly condensed into form above Long Yun wasn't much different than the number of ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunxiang. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes less than Feng Yunxiang. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. This young saber cultivator from the Darkstone Empire has a grade 3 spirit saber as well. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Grade 3 Spirit Saber. A grade 3 Spirit Saber. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu, whereas, this grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to this young man that was a blade cultivator from the Darkstone Empire. Up to this point, two of them, to Ling Tian to the point, to the end to Yun to the end. To spirit saber to. Long to the Yun long to Long Yun's to the long to be to long to the long to Yun to long. He clearly knew what a martial artist that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon and was even a young man that was a little over 30 years of age meant. Exactly what's his background? For a time, he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart, and even his attack had stopped slightly. At this moment, he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background. Own. 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 Long Yun struck out with his saber, and he swung out strike after strike like a bolt of lightning. For a time, origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of a spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky as they swept out. Instantly, numerous condensed origin energy saber lights moved to intercept the saber images that covered the sky that had slowed down because Feng Yunxiang was distracted. Originally, no matter how swift Long Yun's attacks were, he'd made a move at the last moment after all, and it was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. In the end, he was unable to condense sufficient origin energy saber lights to resist the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun was about to lose. Own. 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 After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew into midair, they actually split into three without exception. It caused these saber lights that had dispersed to still move without losing momentum to intercept the saber images that covered the sky. For a time, the two of them were on par in terms of quantity. Bang! 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 The saber lights and saber images collided and emitted a wave of oppressive sounds of air exploding. At the same time, numerous roiling waves of air swept out along with the collision and transformed into waves of violent winds that blew out in all directions. For a time, the clothes of most of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena couldn't help but be blown up and flutter. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily dealt with the saber images that covered the sky and perfectly resisted Feng Yunxiang's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's actions caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to have seized the opportunity to pursue Feng Yunxiang in one go, yet he didn't do this and instead held the Grade 3 Spirit Saber in his hand tightly before placing it horizontally above his head. Whoosh! Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the peerlessly fierce 7th-level saber concept. At this moment, the people present even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the Grade 3 Spirit Saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber. The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketing origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word with a low voice that didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber. Feng Yunxiang had already recovered from his shock, and at this moment, when he heard Long Yun's words, his face couldn't help but go grim as his heart shook greatly. As a saber cultivator as well, he naturally knew what these words represented. The unity of man and saber represented the supreme realm of saber cultivators. Man and saber were inseparable. The man was the saber, and the saber was the man. If the man lived, the saber would exist, and if the man died, the saber would break. Own. In the next moment, the origin energy in the shape of an enormous saber that enveloped Long Yun suddenly trembled before pushing Long Yun to flash out, and it was like an enormous saber that flashed through the sky and split the airflow in the air into two. After it arrived nearby Feng Yunxiang, the enormous saber suddenly stood upright, and in the next moment, it aimed at Feng Yunxiang before whistling down abruptly while carrying the might to slash everything apart. Own! As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from the tip of the saber. If one looked carefully, one would be able to see that it was the saber light that whistled out from the Grade 3 Spirit Saber that Long Yun held with both hands, and it contained his origin energy, saber concept, and the amplification of his spirit weapon. When the enormous saber formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, Long Yun's entire body tilted down along with it, and the Grade 3 Spirit Saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yunxiang. This scene only occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point others were slightly unable to react to it. No! Feng Yunxiang seemed to have realized how terrifying this saber strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intention of dodging. But would he be able to dodge it? Own! The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have firmly locked onto Feng Yunxiang, and no matter where he went, it still slashed down towards him. Kacha! Feng Yunxiang didn't have the time to flee far when he was forcefully slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the Feng clan's younger generation had died halfway just like this. When Feng Yunxiang's corpse was about to be split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed direction. Whoosh! The body of the saber tore through the sky and gave rise to an ear-piercing howl of the wind as it slapped towards Feng Yunxiang's corpse that hadn't been split into two yet. Slap! An enormous bang sounded out as Feng Yunxiang's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky and sprayed down into the sky, and not a single complete piece could be seen. Silence. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the dynasty martial competition today, it was still the first time such a method of death that was even crueler than being torn into pieces had appeared. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, the enormous saber formed from origin energy gradually vanished, and only a young man remained standing there with his saber held horizontally. Drip! Drip! The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent fresh blood, and the fresh blood sprayed down into the sky as if transforming into numerous little roses that were speckled with stars. Numerous little roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yunxiang! On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tiannan, and a few higher-ups were the first to react, and their expressions went grim. Feng Yunxiang, the former number one genius in their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this? At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they completely lost their temper. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this ability? Duan Lingtian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's ability from before had caused him to be surprised. Even though it was still a long distance away from the true unity of man and saber, it was truly rare for a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist to be able to accomplish this. To a certain extent, that saber strike even possessed the embryonic form of a heaven-rank martial skill. What do you think? Su Li didn't answer directly, yet it wasn't difficult for others to guess the answer in his heart. At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling. As expected, numerous gazes converged onto Long Yun once more. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th-level void initiation stage martial artist. At the instant he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the grade 3 spirit saber, I even felt as if his entire body had really transformed into a saber. I have this feeling as well. He said unity of man and saber earlier. Perhaps, that's the unity of man and saber of legend. It might not be the unity of man and saber. But the saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth-rank martial skills. Earlier, when he said he wanted to kill Feng Yunxiang, I thought he was boasting. Now it would seem that he wasn't speaking without thinking, and he really possesses the strength. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and the gazes they shot at Long Yun had completely changed. Duan Lingtian, that sword cultivator young man, and this saber cultivator young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Is the environment of the Darkstone Empire really so good to be able to produce so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but speak out like this. Whereas these words caused a wave of uproar in the cage battle arena. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided. Once my child is born, I'll bring my family along to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months. I intend to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth to my child and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be able to be as outstanding as the three of them in the future. Chapter 696. No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had become completely and utterly famous this time. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the three of them was an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Darkhan dynasty. Yet these three people had appeared at the same time in a tiny empire under the Darkhan dynasty. So long as it was an ordinary person, they would be shocked by this. There were even some people that felt, could it be that this Darkstone Empire has received the care of the gods? Besides Duan Lingtian, the faces of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that sat in the spectating area flushed red and were extremely excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. They'd never imagined that their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such honor on the vast stage that was the Darkhan dynasty. This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past. For a time, they couldn't help but look at Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these three people that the Darkstone Empire was able to obtain such honor. King Yong, your Darkstone Empire's name is going to shake the entire Darkhan dynasty this time. At that time, the Darkstone Empire might become the strongest empire under the Darkhan dynasty. Xiang Ying smiled as he spoke to King Yong. Vice President Xiang, you're too kind. King Yong spoke modestly. But the depths of King Yong's gaze seemed to be filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, yet his status surpassed the emperor. In a certain sense, he could be considered to be the guardian of the Darkstone Empire. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. How could someone from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the emperor frowned, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. After all, even he himself didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Darkhan dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, that grade 3 spirit weapon was in the possession of his eldest imperial uncle. A member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, is worthy of possessing a grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, Bai He, revealed greed in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people watching, he might have already impatiently rushed up and snatched the grade 3 spirit saber from Long Yun's hands and taken it for himself. Saber young master. Grade 3 spirit saber. It seems that he also had some fortuitous encounters. Zishang's eyes revealed a trace of surprise as he muttered to himself, that's true. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today, let alone compete with the numerous young experts of the Darkhan dynasty. Zishang was extremely certain of this. As one of the 5 great young masters, Zishang was extremely clear about the background of the Saber young master who was also one of the 5 great young masters. Zishang, do you know him? Not a single word of Zishang's muttering fell into the black-clothed old man's ears. Yes, master. Zishang nodded respectfully, and then he spoke of Long Yun's background in detail. Hearing this, the black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding, and his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand was either picked up from some ruins, or given to him by someone else. The possibility of the latter is greater. That's right. Zishang deeply agreed with his master's guesses. If the grade 3 spirit saber was picked up by Long Yun from some ruins, then it could only mean that Long Yun's luck wasn't bad, yet it was impossible for Long Yun to possess such a formidable cultivation and ability. After he confirmed this, even though the black-clothed old man coveted the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, he didn't dare arouse the intention to seize it. What a joke! It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away a grade 3 spirit weapon existed behind Long Yun. There was no need to doubt the strength of that expert. Should he take the risk of offending such an expert to seize the grade 3 spirit saber by force? He knew that he didn't have the courage. At this moment, just like Feng Tianwu from before, the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession had become the center of attention as expected. Only when Long Yun put away the spirit saber did the numerous burning gazes in the surroundings move to another place. Whoosh! As he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with respect from the surroundings, Long Yun flew back to the spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were, and he stood in the sky by Su Li's side. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. At this moment, because another two 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained amongst the young geniuses at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. The remaining 9 people, including Long Yun, were all 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. But now, no one dared look down on Long Yun because he was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses entered the arena successively, besides not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses to feel both reverence and fear. Besides the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts that occupy one of the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Amongst the remaining 4 positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun. Do the others have any objections? After the group of 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists challenged each other for a while, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today asked. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses besides Long Yun. No objections. No objections. Instantly, the 8 young geniuses indicated that they had no objections. They knew their limitations. Perhaps, the 8 of them could compete with each other. But if they were to drag Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun into this, then they would absolutely be looking for a beating, so it was better to admit defeat now and save a great deal of time. Otherwise, once Feng Tianwu's group of 3 entered the arena and issued a challenge to them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the dynasty martial competition today had the same thoughts as well. In this way, the 8 of you will decide on the final position. The old man continued. Your luck isn't bad. If it wasn't for 4 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed. If it wasn't for those 4 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have the chance to encroach on the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Sometimes, luck was really important. Besides that, subsequently, the old man continued. Not only will the person amongst the 8 of you be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Besides that, even if he's ranked last in the final ranking battle of the dynasty martial competition today, he'll still be able to obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. The reward of the imperial family? For a time, the breathing of the 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses became hurried. Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started competing. Time silently flowed by. In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept, and he'd successfully obtained the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This blue-clothed young man wasn't a member of any power of the Darkhan dynasty, but was instead from an empire, and he was called Jingjun. If you have no intention of competing for the rankings at the top, you can forfeit now. You'll obtain the reward of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men took the initiative to speak to Jingjun. 100 low-grade origin stones. Jingjun's breathing started to become hurried when he heard this. As a young genius that came from an empire under the Darkhan dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that was unreachable to him. Yet he was able to obtain origin stones now. 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with envy. Especially those young geniuses of the various empires, especially the 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that had just been eliminated, all of their eyes went red with envy. Only a little bit more, and the person that remained behind might be one of them. Perhaps the few powers that stood at the top of the Darkhan dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade origin stones, but to the people of the various empires, it was an extraordinary treasure that was impossible to measure with gold and silver. I'll give up the chance to compete for the ranking battle. Zheng Jun didn't hesitate in the slightest and spoke directly to the old man. He knew his limitations. Now, no matter if he gave up or not, he was bound to be the last person to be ranked today. Not to mention those 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young experts, even if it was the other 3 people, he was far from being a match for them. Yes. The other old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed directly towards Zheng Jun. This is your reward. Thank you, senior. After receiving the spatial ring, Zheng Jun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area where the group of people from his empire were. For a time, the spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement. Today, perhaps the results of the young geniuses of their empire in the dynasty martial competition were inferior to the Darkstone Empire, but they'd still stood out amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of. Do the 3 of you want to challenge the 6 9th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses? If you don't, then the 3 of you will directly enter into the ranking battle to determine the 7th, 8th, and 9th place, and you'll respectively obtain different rewards from our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the old man's gaze left Feng Tianwu, it descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I won't challenge. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I won't challenge as well. Su Li shook his head as well. Same. Long Yun said. Very good. The old man nodded, and then he said, then now, we'll decide on the 7th to 9th place amongst the 3 of you. Young Miss Tian Wu, we'll start with you first. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge? Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames, and she arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him. The Darkstone Empire's Long Yun. Instantly, the 2 old men looked at Long Yun in unison. Chapter 697. When facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered a few times before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength. Even though he was extremely confident towards his ability, the gap in strength caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only was this red-clothed young woman that looked to be shockingly young, her cultivation was higher than his, the concept she'd comprehended was stronger than his, and even the grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He'd seen the grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. It was much more formidable than the grade 3 spirit saber in his possession. Overall, his strength was far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to battle her. The young woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved on to Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li. Compared to Long Yun, she was rather polite when looking at Su Li. All of this was naturally because she knew that Su Li was Duan Lingtian's friend. Unlike Long Yun, who'd admitted defeat, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest when facing Feng Tianwu's challenge, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know you're a friend of elder brother Duan. But, I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone that was filled with confidence. Me too. When facing a young woman like Feng Tianwu that was like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world, Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being courteous, and it was as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The 2 of them stood in confrontation and successfully drew the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, revealed her shocking strength for the first time today. Her cultivation was at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage, she'd comprehended 8th level fire concept, and she held a grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, a young genius of the Dark Stone Empire, and his cultivation and comprehension were both on par with Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon in Su Li's hand was only a grade 4 spirit sword. The cultivation and concept of this Dark Stone Empire's Su Li isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tianwu. But the spirit weapon in his hand is only a grade 4 spirit sword, and he'll surely suffer a loss. A grade 4 spirit sword is far inferior to the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand. Most importantly, the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's hand is a grade 3 spirit weapon that can amplify strength by 70%. The difference in spirit artifacts is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning this battle. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena practically didn't look favorably upon Su Li. However, Su Li's expression did not change in the face of the crowd's questioning. Su Li, I won't use a grade 3 spirit weapon to fight you, Feng Tianwu said to Su Li. Her words were magnanimous, and she was not inferior to a man. For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Young Miss Tianwu is worthy of being the daughter of Lord Wu Dao. She's magnanimous and isn't willing to take advantage of Su Li in terms of spirit weapons. I'm more and more envious of that Duan Lingtian from the Darkstone Empire now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tianwu? What ability do you think Duan Lingtian possesses to be able to marry her? Compared to him, what are you? The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unknowingly moved on to Duan Lingtian. Many people were targeting Duan Lingtian, and there were also many people that felt injustice for Duan Lingtian. The latter mostly admired Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. Tian Wu and this fellow Su Li are having a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to drag me into it. Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze, and he felt that he'd really been attacked while lying down. Who did I offend? There's no need. Su Li shook his head instead when he heard Feng Tianwu's frank words. Right when Feng Tianwu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had already appeared out of thin air in Su Li's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Su Li used earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Right at this moment, origin energy appeared on Su Li's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth appeared in the sky. First, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared, followed by 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes, and another 4,000 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes. An amplification of 68%. Grade 3 Spirit Sword. Su Li possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon as well. My God! Is the gathering of Grade 3 spirit weapons today? Doesn't our Dark Han dynasty only possess a single Grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that Grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the imperial family, right? Along with the appearance of a Grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that there was someone that didn't feel surprised, then it would be Duan Lingtian alone. He'd heard of the matter of Su Li and Long Yun possessing Grade 3 spirit weapons since long ago, so even when he saw Su Li withdraw a Grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he didn't feel anything. Brother Ling Tian, the Grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the 3 of them were refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you? Duan Lingtian's composed expression entered into Xiang Ying's eyes in full detail, and Xiang Ying couldn't help but ask via voice transmission. His tone contained slight anxiousness mixed within. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he received Xiang Ying's voice transmission, and he only recovered from his shock after a short moment. He knew that Xiang Ying was thinking too much. Pavilion Master Xiang, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian replied truthfully. I'm thinking too much? Xiang Ying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu or Su Li and Long Yun, these 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, all of them seem to be related to you, right? It's like this. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny this. The three of them are more or less related to me. But amongst the grade 3 spirit weapons in the possession of the three of them, only the one in Tian Wu's possession was refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Su Li and Long Yun's aren't related to the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Moreover, amongst these two people, I'm only friends with Su Li. Perhaps I can ask the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for Su Li, yet it's impossible for him to help Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian's words were spoken in a forthright manner. Xiaoying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't help but be shocked. Brother Ling Tian, that grade 3 weapons craftsman behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually able to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the one in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. It's alright. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was because he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would have probably been unable to refrain from blushing from the praise since long ago. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignity vanished. Even if his status in the Darkhan dynasty was lofty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's another member of the Darkstone Empire. The black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. The fortune of the members of the Darkstone Empire is indeed extraordinary. On the other hand, Bai Hao, who hadn't spoken since the beginning, spoke out, and his tone contained slight surprise mixed within. As for Zi Shang and Zi Yan, they didn't say anything. But the greed in the eyes of Bai He, who sat by Zi Yan's side, was even greater than when Long Yun withdrew the grade 3 spirit saber. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a grade 3 spirit sword. He himself used a sword, and he'd comprehended sword concept as well. Compared to a grade 3 spirit saber, he wanted a grade 3 spirit sword even more. Su Li, right? Bai He's eyes were filled with yearning. But in next to no time, a sentence entered into Bai He's ears, and it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured onto Bai He. You better not even think about the grade 3 spirit weapons in Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the current emperor of the Darkhan dynasty. The emperor obviously noticed the greed that Bai He's eyes revealed. Why? Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with an unwilling expression. Humph. The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Why don't you think about it properly? Why would they possess grade 3 spirit weapons? Do you think it's like a pie that fell from the sky? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet they possess such strength. Do you think there wouldn't be an expert behind them? The emperor's words that were extremely reasonable caused Bai He to hesitate slightly. At this moment, besides utilizing the grade 3 spirit sword, Su Li had also directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended. After a short moment, Su Li chose to gain the initiative by making a move against Feng Tianwu first. Swish! 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 Sword images swept out horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that followed the body as they swept towards Feng Tianwu. On the other hand, the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook, and it moved rhythmically around her graceful figure before once again forming a crimson-red barrier of light. This crimson-red barrier of light was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Tianwu's entire body within it. Clang! 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 The grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out over and over again, and specks of it descended onto the enormous fireball on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one looked at it with the naked eye, it would be extremely difficult to notice the changes in the fireball. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved and moved to the distance. It was Feng Tianwu that realized she couldn't continue being passive, otherwise, it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was able to resolve an urgent situation, yet it was impossible to use it from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do in this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a draw, but to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial competition this time. The 7th position was just as she'd said earlier. She was determined to obtain it. Swish! 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 Finally, Feng Tianwu made a move. The Grade 3 Spirit Whip in her hand flashed out, transforming into a dense expanse of whip images that tore through the sky and swept out directly towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a rainstorm had descended. A rain of flowers that filled the sky. Chapter 698. Duan Tian still remembered. All those years ago, when he met Tian Wu for the first time, it was on the combat arena before the Phoenix Nest city governor's estate. He'd fought Feng Tianwu the first time they met. During that battle, Feng Tianwu had executed a similar martial skill, and later on, he found out from Feng Tianwu that the martial skill was called Flower Rain. The martial skill Tian Wu executed now doesn't seem to be the Flower Rain. In next to no time, Duan Tian noticed that even though the martial skill Tian Wu executed now was similar to the Flower Rain from all those years ago, it was obviously much stronger than the Flower Rain. Coupled with her 8th level fire concept, when Tian Wu attacked, the whip images that whistled out seemed to have transformed into numerous flaming meteors that covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped down towards Su Li. Swish! 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 Needless to say, Su Li's strength was extremely strong. He'd relied on his cultivation and concept that was similar to Feng Tianwu, and the Grade 3 Spirit Sword in Feng Tianwu's hand to forcefully block the attacks of Feng Tianwu that covered the heavens and the earth. Every single time Su Li's figure flashed out, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out swiftly and gave rise to a wave of sword howls. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand was even swift like a bolt of lightning, and it formed an all-pervasive sword net that blocked the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand time and time again. The situation of the battle became even more intense. On the other hand, the atmosphere in the cage battle arena had become silent and heavy. This fellow Su Li has actually become so strong. Looks like the master behind him isn't simple. Duan Tian couldn't help but be surprised in his heart when he saw Su Li relying on a strength that was weaker to Feng Tianwu and was still able to use simple sword skills to deal with Feng Tianwu without falling into the slightest disadvantage. For a time, he was filled with curiosity towards the master behind Su Li. Su Li's master should be a void transformation stage powerhouse without a doubt. To be able to teach Su Li to such an extent, his comprehension of the sword has already reached a certain level. At the very least, he should have comprehended the advanced sword concept. The advanced concept was also known as the void transformation concept. Generally speaking, only experts at the void transformation stage were capable of grasping such a concept. Of course, nothing is absolute. If it was a void interpretation stage martial artist whose comprehension ability far surpassed his innate talent, he would also have a chance to comprehend the void transformation concept. This kind of martial artist was much rarer than void transformation martial artists. Furthermore, any one of them was an extremely terrifying existence. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Feng Tianwu and Su Li were evenly matched. Half an hour passed. The battle situation remained the same. At this time, some of the audience could not help but urge, if this continues, when will it end? The ranking battle for 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts will be carried out later. Exactly. If Su Li and young Miss Tian Wu fight for an entire day and night, then wouldn't we have to wait for an entire day and night? In my opinion, there's no meaning in continuing to fight. Let's consider this battle as a tie. Many of the audience were slightly impatient, and some of them gave suggestions. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the Dynasty Martial competition glanced at each other before looking at the Dark Han Dynasty's emperor in unison. The emperor nodded to them. Instantly, the two old men looked at Feng Tianwu and Su Li, who were still fighting, and they intended to announce the result of a tie. Little Tianwu, one of the old men, hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. It wasn't that someone had interrupted him, but it was he himself who opened his mouth, yet didn't make a sound as he stared blankly at the scene before him. Under the gazes of everyone present. Without the slightest sign, another ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above Feng Tianwu, who was originally tied with Su Li. So long as it was a discerning person, they would be able to discern the reason with a single glance. At this moment, the strands of crimson-red energy within the origin energy on the Grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand had obviously become even more material. 9th level fire concept. Duanling Tian, who'd always been staring fixedly at the battle between Feng Tianwu and Su Li, couldn't help but be moved. Never had he imagined that Tianwu would comprehend 9th level fire concept in one go at such a critical moment. As expected of the possessor of the fire spirit body, Tianwu is simply the darling of fire concept. Duanling Tian couldn't help but feel shocked. On the other hand, the others were shocked as well. Even this is possible? Oh my god! How old is young Miss Tianwu this year? Her cultivation is at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and has comprehended 9th level fire concept. I really feel that I've lived most of my life in vain. It isn't just you. Isn't it the same for me? The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and most people were dejected. After Feng Tianwu comprehended 9th level fire concept on the spot, her strength increased greatly, and as expected, she forced Su Li, who was originally equally matched with her, to retreat. Right when she intended to seize the opportunity to pursue and attack. I admit defeat. Su Li spoke out, and his tone had no lack of size. At this moment, Su Li felt it was slightly regretful. Originally, the difference in Grade 3 spirit weapons caused his strength to be imperceptibly weaker to Feng Tianwu, but the sword skill he executed was undoubtedly slightly stronger than Feng Tianwu's martial skill. So in terms of true strength, he wasn't inferior to Feng Tianwu. But never had he imagined that right when he thought the battle with Feng Tianwu would end in a tie, Feng Tianwu would actually comprehend 9th level fire concept on the spot. Feng Tianwu, who had comprehended 9th level fire concept, was equivalent to possessing the strength of an ancient horned dragon, and it broke the balance between him and Feng Tianwu. Continuing the battle was completely meaningless. Because he didn't have the slightest chance of victory, and it was even to the extent that it wasn't possible for them to tie. Su Li, you're worthy of being elder brother Duan's friend. Your sword skill is extremely strong, and if it wasn't for my strength surpassing you, I wouldn't be a match for you. Feng Tianwu spoke sincerely when facing Su Li, who admitted defeat. Young Miss Tianwu, you're too kind. Your natural talent and comprehension ability are what truly surprised me. Su Li was slightly embarrassed as he spoke. Natural talent? Comprehension ability? When she heard Su Li, Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes that originally flickered with a bright light instantly dimmed down, and she sighed in her heart. If it's possible, I'd rather not have this natural talent and comprehension ability. I only hope to be an ordinary person. Her natural talent and comprehension ability relied on the fire spirit body to be so monstrous, whereas as a possessor of the fire spirit body, the pressure she endured wasn't something an ordinary martial artist was capable of imagining. When a person knew since long ago that they would face a calamity of death at the age of 30, only someone that had truly experienced it would know what sort of feeling one would have. Young Miss Tianwu successively defeated Long Yun and Su Li. She was ranked at the 7th position in the Dynasty Martial Competition's ranking battle, and she obtained the reward of 1,000 low-grade origin stones from the Darkhan Dynasty's imperial family. One of the old men passed a spatial ring to Feng Tianwu with a raise of his hand. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once more. 1,000 low-grade origin stones is an entire 10 times the reward of the 10th position in the ranking battle. If I'm able to obtain so many origin stones, I'll be able to wake up from my dreams with a smile. Stop dreaming. Ordinary martial artists like you and I might not even be able to gather 100 low-grade origin stones in our entire lifetimes, let alone 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Yeah, ordinary martial artists like us can only accept our fate in this aspect. Many spectators with ordinary cultivations couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. On the other hand, the person involved, Feng Tianwu, didn't reveal the slightest happiness when faced with 1,000 low-grade origin stones, and she received the spatial ring with a calm expression before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and sitting by Feng Wudao's side. Big brother Wudao, congratulations. The emperor of the Dark Han dynasty looked over at Feng Wudao and congratulated repeatedly. Feng Wudao raised his head to glance at the emperor before nodding indifferently. The emperor wasn't displeased in the slightest when facing Feng Wudao's casual attitude. Because he knew that this man nodding to him was already considered to be giving him a lot of face. If it was another person, then perhaps he wouldn't pay attention to it at all. Lord Wudao, congratulations. Patriarch Feng, congratulations. Meanwhile, there were many people from other powers that congratulated Feng Wudao and Feng Tiannan. Feng Wudao had a calm expression as if he didn't hear it and paid no attention to it. On the other hand, Feng Tiannan instead squeezed out a trace of a stiff smile as he nodded in reply. Obviously, he still hadn't been able to accept Feng Yunxiang's death. Feng Yunxiang was first defeated by Feng Tianwu, and it was nothing. But in the end, he actually died at the hands of the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun, and it caused his Feng clan to lose face greatly. But his Feng clan just happened to be unable to do anything to Long Yun. At least, before they confirmed the background of the expert behind Long Yun that gave him the Grade 3 Spirit Saber, the Feng clan didn't dare act rashly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the other old man looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li, Long Yun. Now, the two of you will decide on the 8th and 9th position in the ranking battles. I admit defeat. Long Yun glanced at Su Li before admitting defeat once more. Even though there was unwillingness in the depths of his gaze, he knew that he wasn't a match for Su Li now. Master, don't worry. I'll defeat Su Li sooner or later and bring honor to you. Long Yun silently guaranteed in his heart. In this way, the 8th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today is Su Li. Su Li, you'll obtain the reward bestowed to you by our Dark Han Dynasty's imperial family, 500 low-grade origin stones. With a raise of his hand, 2 spatial rings appeared in the old man's hand, and he passed one of them to Su Li. The 500 low-grade origin stones were precisely within the spatial ring. Long Yun, you're the 9th position in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial Competition today, so you can obtain the reward of 200 low-grade origin stones. Subsequently, the old man passed the other spatial ring to Long Yun. After Su Li and Long Yun received the spatial rings, they flew towards the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated under numerous envious and jealous gazes. Su Li and Long Yun actually don't seem to be happy in the slightest after obtaining so many origin stones. Truly strange. Chapter 699. It's normal that young Miss Tianwu didn't have any reaction when she obtained 1,000 low-grade origin stones. After all, her identity is noble, and she doesn't lack origin stones. But Su Li and Long Yun are only from a tiny empire, yet they're actually so composed when facing low-grade origin stones. It's truly shocking. Many people sighed with emotion. Of course, there were also people that refuted these words, and they had evidence. Don't all of you forget that no matter if it's Su Li or Long Yun, both of them possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Exactly. That's a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Even if it's the most outstanding group of young geniuses in our Dark Han dynasty, besides young Miss Tianwu, there might not be a second person that possesses one. Compared to a Grade 3 spirit weapon, low-grade origin stones aren't worth mentioning. In the Dark Han dynasty, there was an origin stone vein that was abundant in low-grade origin stones. On the other hand, before today, only the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon that was openly displayed. Between the two, it was obvious which one was more precious. In next to no time, this topic came to an end. The other 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses are about to undergo the final ranking battle. It truly causes anticipation. Yeah, the main event of today is about to begin. 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts are about to carry out an intense battle. Unfortunately, young Miss Tian Wu said since the beginning that she wouldn't compete with the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses. Now, she's comprehended 9th level fire concept and originally had the chance to compete with a 7th level Void Initiation stage young expert, yet she's missed it now. Young Miss Tian Wu can't be blamed for this. Even if it's her, it's impossible for her to know beforehand that she would be able to smoothly comprehend 9th level fire concept during the battle with Su Li. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena became bustling once more. The attention of everyone moved on to the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts including Duan Lingtian. Of course, many people mentioned Feng Tianwu, and they felt pity for Feng Tianwu. Young miss, do you regret it? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a light smile. Feng Tianwu gently shook her head. There's nothing to regret. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties was the final stage. The ranking battle today was nothing before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The ranking is not important. A rare wisp of a gratified smile appeared on Feng Wudao's face when he heard Feng Tianwu. His daughter had grown up. Now, may the last 6 young geniuses enter the arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the voice of one of the old men was transmitted out, and it clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Whoosh! 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 As the old man spoke, 3 figures took the lead and flew out. It was obvious that they were prepared. These 3 people were respectively the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the young prince, Bai Hao, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and grinned as he encouraged him. Su Li's words resonated with most of the young geniuses of the Dark Stone Empire, and their gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian in unison. Yeah, Duan Lingtian, come back with first place. At that time, our Darkstone Empire will really be in the limelight. If Duan Lingtian really seizes the first place in the ranking battle of the Dynasty Martial competition today, I feel excited just thinking about the scene at that time. Duan Lingtian, do your best. We think highly of you. Duan Lingtian shrugged and shook his head with a smile when facing the fervent and high spirits of the crowd of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. I don't dare guarantee that I'll be able to be ranked first. But I'll surely try my best. Just as he'd said, he didn't dare guarantee it. After all, he didn't dare rashly utilize his spiritual energy when being stared at by so many pairs of eyes that belonged to void interpretation stage experts on the stage of the Dynasty Martial competition. Otherwise, if he utilized his soul skill, 1000 illusions, with his spiritual energy, the other 5 young geniuses wouldn't even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. Now, he wanted to use his actual strength to compete with the other 5 young geniuses. Duan Lingtian, they're joking, don't feel pressured. King Yong spoke to Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're joking. Seeming to have realized that their actions would bring pressure to Duan Lingtian, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. But they were thinking too much. Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel any pressure because of this. After all, he'd never thought of fighting for the honor of the Darkstone Empire when participating in the Dynasty Martial competition. He, Duan Lingtian, only lived for himself and the people close to him. Brother Lingtian. Xiang Ying turned around to look at Duan Lingtian, and his eyes were filled with encouragement. After Duan Lingtian replied with a light smile, he flew out of the spectating area and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the Dark Han dynasty's imperial families Xi Shang had entered the arena successively. Including Duan Ling Tian, the 6 ninth-level void initiation stage young geniuses stood at different places, and their gazes descended onto the two old men as they waited for them to explain the rules. In next to no time, the old man said, "The 6 of you will determine the top 6 rankings in the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today. The higher you're ranked, the greater the rewards you'll obtain. There are no specific rules for the battle between the 6 of you. Just like the few people from before, you can freely choose your opponents. The person you choose your opponent to enter the arena isn't allowed to challenge any one of the 2 people that fought earlier. Besides that, killing isn't allowed in the battle between the 6 of you. Of course, this isn't to say that all of you aren't allowed to exert your full strength, and it's only to remind all of you that once the opponent of any one of you is in danger of death, the 2 of us will directly interfere. Of course, after the person that is in danger of death is rescued by us, it means that the person has lost the battle." The 2 old men supplemented each other. Duan Lingtian's group of 6 nodded successively when they heard this. Killing wasn't allowed in the battle for the top 6, and Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised. After all, the 10 young geniuses that were determined to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties today would have to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties 1 year from now. Moreover, the performance of these 10 young geniuses in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was linked to the benefits of the Dark Han dynasty. Supposedly, the dynasties that some young geniuses that performed well in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties belonged to would be able to obtain Grade 3 spirit weapons and precious Grade 3 medicinal pills bestowed by the powers of the foreign lands after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties came to an end. All of this was the reason why the various dynasties flocked to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If there weren't any benefits, there would utterly be no dynasty that would be willing to exhaust their efforts for a baffling martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for the Dark Han dynasty to allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian's group of 6 during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Because every single one of them would be able to fight for glory and a certain amount of benefits for the Dark Han dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties a year from now. As for the few 8th-level void initiation stage young geniuses that were killed earlier, perhaps they could be considered to be outstanding in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if it really came to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then they were practically useless. Their deaths were of no importance to the grand scheme of the Dark Han dynasty. Now, the battle for the top 6 begins. Who amongst all of you will be the first to issue a challenge? One of the old men spoke out and asked Duan Lingtian's group of 6. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was precisely the Yi clan's Yi Shao. Yi Shao was the son of the Yi clan's patriarch and the eldest young master of the Yi clan. Moreover, he was the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan. It wasn't just that, Yi Shao was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Shao's strength was extraordinary from this. Besides that, Yi Shao was publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty by the members of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was equally famous with the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong and the imperial family's second prince, by Yi Shao. When they saw Yi Shao being the first to ascend the arena, besides Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao who had calm expressions, the eyes of the other 5 young geniuses flashed. At this moment, they were curious who Yi Shao would choose as his opponent. Yi Shao's gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian's group of 5, and he seemed to be considering who he should choose as his opponent for this battle. Who do all of you think Yi Shao will choose? Meanwhile, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were bustling with noise and excitement. Based on his current appearance, he seems to be slightly hesitant. But I think the possibility of him choosing the Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian is higher. I think so too. After all, Duan Lingtian killed the #2 expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, Yi Lu. Yi Shao will probably take revenge for Yi Lu. Many people discussed animatedly and guessed. Most people felt that Yi Shao would challenge Duan Lingtian. Even if it was Duan Lingtian himself, when he heard the waves of discussion in the surroundings, he felt that it was very likely that Yi Xiao would really challenge him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on him. "It's not me." When he noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze wasn't on him, he couldn't help but be stunned, and it was slightly unexpected. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on a young man not too far away. "Zhang Shouyong. All those years ago, I fought you twice in succession and lost both times. Later on, when I wanted to defeat you and wash away my humiliation, you left the capital instead, and there was no news of you since then." Yi Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Shouyong as he spoke slowly. "Today is the third time I'm fighting you. I want to defeat you and wash away my humiliation." Battle intent shot into the sky from Yi Xiao's body. Whoosh! Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged when he was challenged by Yi Xiao, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena to stand opposite Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao." Finally, Zhang Shouyong spoke. "Do you know why you lost to me the last 2 times? During those 2 times, your strength was just like today, and it wasn't inferior to me." "Humph. It's not your turn to lecture me." Chapter 700. The spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flickered with a faint white light, and it was like a real bright moon. When they saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong standing in confrontation, Duan Lingtian and the others retreated successively to stand in the sky and watch the battle from afar. "Duan Lingtian, I'll take back the debt you owe me after I defeat them one by one." Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with confidence sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian didn't even have to turn around to be able to discern that this voice transmission belonged to Zishang. "I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian replied unhurriedly. This Zishang wants to defeat everyone based on his words. Looks like the fortuitous encounter he obtained isn't simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such strong confidence. Duan Lingtian guessed in his heart. At the same time, Yi Xiao made a move. With a raise of his hand, the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitted a dazzling milky white sheen, and it was the origin energy that surged out from his body and ceaselessly gushed into the spirit saber in his hand that was bright like a moon. Not only that, there were strands of azure-colored energy flashing about within Yi Xiao's origin energy, and it was obviously wind concept. Whoosh! Along with Yi Xiao taking a step forward, the energy of the heavens and the earth surged in the sky above him, and a phenomenon appeared abruptly. 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared first. This was the phenomenon formed from drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth from all the energy contained within the origin energy of a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. In the end, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. 9th-level wind concept. Yet all this didn't stop here. Along with the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand emitting a strand of fierce aura, another ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above him. 1st-level saber concept. 2 concepts. When they saw the strength Yi Xiao revealed, the 4 young geniuses including Duan Lingtian revealed surprised expressions. Especially Bai He, his pupils constricted abruptly. Never had he imagined that unknowingly, Yi Xiao had actually left him behind in terms of strength. This caused him to feel disgruntled in his heart. Another 2 concepts. Moreover, one of them is even 9th-level concept. This Yi Xiao is worthy of being the #1 genius of the Yi clan in the last 100 years. Yi Xiao and Zishang are the same, they've both comprehended 2 types of concepts. Looks like today's ranking battle will be very exciting. If Zhang Shouyong hasn't comprehended 2 types of concepts, then this battle would be slightly difficult. Even though he's comprehended Earth concept is utterly unable to draw support from the energy of the Earth in midair. I see that Zhang Shouyong's expression is very calm. Perhaps he has also comprehended 2 types of concepts. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely bustling. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao had become the center of attention. Most people were shocked by the two types of concepts Yi Xiao had comprehended. More people were curious about how Zhang Shouyong would deal with it. No one hoped for this to be a battle without suspense. After all, only when the two opponents were evenly matched would they be able to watch to their heart's content. Yi Xiao, looks like you haven't slacked off in these past few years. As he looked at the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao, Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly with a calm tone, and his face maintained a carefree expression from the beginning until the end. For the sake of defeating you, I naturally have to spare no effort to improve myself. As Yi Xiao spoke, his entire body flashed out as if he was taking a stroll. He seemed to be moving slowly, yet he was actually swift, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived nearby Zhang Shouyong. At the instant Yi Xiao moved, Zhang Shouyong made a move as well. Whoosh! With a raise of his hand, an exquisite wine gourd appeared in Zhang Shouyong's hand, and after he took out the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong put his mouth towards the mouth of the gourd and started drinking. This scene caused many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be speechless. Even if Zhang Shouyong's addiction to wine has risen, he should at least consider the occasion, right? Didn't he see that his opponent had already made a move? Of course, practically all the people that were speechless were the representatives and young geniuses of the various dynasties. The members of the Dark Han dynasty weren't surprised. After all, when Zhang Shouyong made a name for himself in the Dark Han dynasty all those years ago, he had a nickname, and people called him Zhang Shouyong. The extent of Zhang Shouyong's addiction to wine was obvious from this. So long as it was a member of the Dark Han dynasty, they wouldn't be surprised that Zhang Shouyong was drinking under such an occasion. Big brother Zhang is really unrestrained. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Moon Chaser. Zhang Shouyong hadn't finished drinking when Yi Xiao had already shouted out lightly, and his entire body flashed out instantly. Everywhere he passed, he pulled out numerous afterimages before vanishing after a short moment. Om! The grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out instantly, and it was like a bright moon that was moving swiftly. Behind the bright moon, amongst the origin energy that acted as the driving force, there were some parts that flickered with specks of starlight, and they were like numerous stars that hung in the night sky. Meteor Moon Pursuit was the martial skill that Yi Xiao was executing at this moment. When the bright moon flew out, the numerous stars that were originally quiet like virgins instantly moved like mad rabbits, and they seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that followed behind the bright moon as they flashed towards Zhang Shouyong. Whoosh! When the bright moon was about to flash past Zhang Shouyong's throat, Zhang Shouyong, who was still drinking, moved, and he raised his leg and stomped towards the sky. At practically the instant his foot stomped down, an enormous brick condensed from milky white origin energy appeared beneath his feet, and earth and yellow-colored energy suffused the enormous brick. Obviously, it was Earth Concept. Bang! Zhang Shouyong's foot stomped down and just happened to step onto the enormous brick. Instantly, the enormous brick shattered into pieces, and the dense cracks seemed to have transformed into a spiderweb. When Zhang Shouyong borrowed the force of the collision to rise up into the sky, the enormous brick shook and instantly exploded, transforming into nothingness as it completed its mission. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong, who'd borrowed the force of the collision, seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he easily dodged Yi Xiao's bright moon that was pursued by the group of stars. But the bright moon didn't let it go, and it seemed as if it had eyes as it continued to chase after Zhang Shouyong with a menacing aura that didn't reduce in the slightest. It actually didn't consume any energy. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the bright moon that still pulsated with boundless origin energy on its body. Normally speaking, if it was an attack that was released from origin energy, then no matter if it was a spirit weapon that left the hand or pure condensed origin energy, it would more or less be consumed after flying for a certain distance. But Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber didn't consume any energy. What's going on? The scene before him had completely aroused Duan Lingtian's curiosity. For a time, Duan Lingtian sized it up seriously. Swoosh! 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 When faced with the bright moon that flashed over swiftly, Zhang Shouyong, who was still ceaselessly pouring wine into his mouth, continued to stomp on the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet as he flew out, and he dodged with difficulty over and over again. Own! 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 On the other hand, the bright moon seemed as if it never knew exhaustion as it fought Zhang Shouyong to the death, and it grew closer and closer to Zhang Shouyong. Compared to Zhang Shouyong's speed of dodging after borrowing strength, its speed was obviously swifter. So that's how it is. When Zhang Shouyong and the bright moon were playing hide and seek, Duan Lingtian was instead observing from the side, and after observing for a while, he finally obtained the answer. It turned out that the reason the bright moon possessed endless origin energy was because it was borrowing strength from the group of stars that followed behind it like a shadow. Whereas the origin energy within the group of stars was ceaselessly provided by Yi Xiao. It could be said that so long as Yi Xiao didn't take the initiative to stop providing origin energy, and so long as the origin energy within Yi Xiao's body was endless, the strength and speed contained within the bright moon formed from the spirit saber wouldn't change in the slightest. What a strange martial skill! Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he looked at Yi Xiao, who was strolling leisurely in midair and freely controlling the spirit saber with a raise of his hand. Big brother Zhang hasn't finished drinking? When Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Shouyong, who was still pouring wine into his stomach, he was slightly speechless for a time. On the other hand, the spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was completely silent. Some people had even started to doze off. He's finished drinking. He's finally finished drinking. Suddenly, someone cried out excitedly. Instantly, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were on the verge of dozing off seemed as if they'd taken stimulants, and all of them became spirited as they looked towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Zhang Shouyong had finally finished drinking, and he raised his hand to remove the wine gourd from the side of his mouth. Own! The bright moon barely flashed past Zhang Shouyong's side and sliced off a corner of Zhang Shouyong's clothes. Slap! Under the gazes of everyone present, the origin energy in Zhang Shouyong's hand skyrocketed with a raise of his hand, and it was suffused with deep earthen yellow-colored energy as he directly slapped it towards the wine gourd. Instantly, raging origin energy and ninth-level earth concept instantly gushed into the wine gourd. The wine gourd shook as a white light flashed, and then it was directly tossed out by Zhang Shouyong. More precisely speaking, it was tossed out. Swoosh! The wine gourd was tossed out by Zhang Shouyong, and it flashed through the sky and contained an extremely formidable force as it moved to intercept the bright moon that Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber had transformed into, and it seemed as if it wanted to go head-on against it. At the same time, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Zhang Shouyong first, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. In the end, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and another 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It increased his strength by so much. For a time, many people with discerning gazes reacted to this and exclaimed in shock. At this instant, the strength Zhang Shouyong revealed completely surpassed Yi Xiao, and it was an entire 4,000 ancient mammoths more than Yi Xiao. Bang! The wine gourd that tore through the sky collided with the bright moon that flashed towards Zhang Shouyong once more, and it emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, strong waves of air swept out and transformed into waves of strong winds that swept out in all directions. Bang! After the wine gourd and bright moon collided, they suddenly split apart before colliding once more and emitting an enormous bang. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. It's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. Not only is it a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon, it's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that's similar to the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession that's capable of providing an amplification of 70%. Chapter 701. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides an amplification of 70%? The spectating area where all the Zhang clan higher-ups were seated was deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of Zhang clan higher-ups looked at the Patriarch. Patriarch, the grade 3 spirit weapon in the eldest young master's possession is, I don't know as well. The Patriarch shook his head slightly stiffly, and his gaze never left Zhang Shouyang's spirit weapon bottle gourd, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did this son of his obtain this spirit weapon? Even the grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family was probably far inferior to this spirit weapon in terms of amplification. Another grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The pupils of Xiang Ying who sat by King Yang's side constricted, and for a moment, he couldn't refrain from sending a voice transmission to ask the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Brother Ling Tian, this spirit weapon of Zhang Shouyang's, Pavilion Master Xiang, you're right. This grade 3 spirit weapon in Big Brother Zhang's possession was personally refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. Duan Ling Tian didn't even turn around to look at Xiang Ying when he heard Xiang Ying's voice transmission, and he guessed Xiang Ying's thoughts. As expected. Even though Xiang Ying had indeed guessed earlier, but when he heard Duan Ling Tian personally confirm it now, he couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. Because of this, Xiang Ying realized a problem. That was the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. So long as he refined a spirit weapon, it would practically be a top-grade weapon amongst top-grade weapons. The grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. The grade 3 spirit weapon bottle gourd in Zhang Shouyang's possession that could provide an amplification of 70%. Besides that, he'd gotten acquainted with Duan Ling Tian all those years ago because of the grade 4 spirit sword that Duan Ling Tian had left in their treasure-gathering pavilion, a grade 4 spirit sword that could provide an amplification of 60%. Exactly what sort of existence is that weapons craftsman? At this moment, Xiang Ying was even more curious about the weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. As for the other people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, they were all surprised. This is the 4th grade 3 spirit weapon that has appeared today. I originally thought that Zhang Shouyang would lose to Yi Xiao, but I never expected that he would take out a grade 3 spirit weapon. Yeah, Zhang Shouyang who possesses a grade 3 spirit artifact completely surpasses Yi Xiao in strength. The scene in front of them made the spectators feel like the situation had taken a turn for the better. Boom! Another enormous bang resounded out. After Zhang Shouyang's spirit energy gourd returned to his hand, it was smashed out by him once more, and it collided with the bright moon that Yi Xiao controlled. After a few head-on collisions, Zhang Shouyang's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Xiao's expression was slightly pale instead. Zhang Shouyang. Yi Xiao raised his hand and the bright moon flew back into his hand. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, you would have such luck to obtain such a grade 3 spiritual weapon. Originally, as far as he was concerned, the two concepts he'd comprehended were sufficient to completely crush Zhang Shouyang. But what he didn't expect was, Zhang Shouyang actually possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was even a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide a 70% boost. After numerous head-on collisions, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. You're able to comprehend two concepts, so why can't I possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyang spoke with a composed expression. Zhang Shouyang. I know that I'm not a match for you when you possess this grade 3 spirit weapon. But if you don't have this grade 3 spirit weapon, or if your strength is equal to mine, then it's impossible for you to defeat me. Yi Xiao spoke with slight unwillingness. Is that so? Zhang Shouyang started laughing. At the same time, the origin energy on the spirit energy gourd in his hand faintly weakened slightly. At the same time, the 1,000 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes above Zhang Shouyang that were more than Yi Xiao's gradually dispersed. 29 horned dragon silhouettes circled in the sky and stood opposite the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Yi Xiao. What do you mean by this? Even though he asked like this, Yi Xiao's eyes revealed a strand of imperceptible delight. Nothing. Didn't you say that I relied on the might of my spirit weapon and my strength to defeat you? Now, I'll suppress my strength to the same level as you and battle you. Are you satisfied? Zhang Shouyong spoke slowly with a calm expression, and it was as if he was speaking of an unimportant matter. For a time, the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar, and all of them felt that Zhang Shouyong was too arrogant. Zhang Shouyong, you'll regret it. The corners of Yi Zhao's mouth curled into an evil smile, and his legs lightly shook as he flashed towards Zhang Shouyong once more. Moonchaser. With a raise of his hand, the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in Yi Zhao's hand flashed out once more to transform into a bright moon that flashed through the sky and coiled around Zhang Shouyong. Bang! At practically the instant that Yi Zhao attacked, Zhang Shouyong raised his leg and shook it in the sky, causing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet to shatter and transform into nothingness, completing his mission. On the other hand, Zhang Shouyong himself was like a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he soared up at the first possible moment. Zhang Shouyong had a solemn expression when facing the bright moon that flashed up towards him, and he muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Mount Tai Crush. At practically the instant that Zhang Shouyong finished speaking, with a raise of his hand, the wine gourd flew up into the sky by itself before expanding. Of course, it didn't really expand, but the origin energy in the surroundings of the wine gourd skyrocketed to transform into a wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. On the other hand, the material earth and yellow energy swiftly coiled around the wine gourd that was condensed from origin energy, and it instantly set off the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain to the point it seemed real. When facing Yi Zhao's attack, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain suddenly descended, and its speed grew faster and faster. Rumble. Everywhere the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain passed, it gave rise to waves of explosions that were like thunderclaps. At the same time, the others in the sky above the cage battle arena including Duan Lingtian felt that the scorching sun in the horizon was blocked out by the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. Before this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, the bright moon that Yi Zhao's spirit saber had transformed into was like an ant. What ability is this? Yi Zhao's expression went slightly grim as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Right at this instant, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain fiercely collided with the bright moon that pursued Zhang Shouyong like a shadow. Bang! An enormous bang resounded out as the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain trembled in midair, whereas, the bright moon flew out instead, and the origin energy and concept within it were instantly obliterated. Pooh! From the beginning until the end, Yi Zhao's origin energy had been connected with the Grade 4 Spirit Saber through the martial skill, Moon Chaser. Now that everything on the Spirit Saber had been obliterated, it caused him to suffer a wave of backlash, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Right when Yi Zhao held the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in his hand once more. Rumble. The enormous wine gourd descended towards Yi Zhao, and it was like an enormous mountain that enveloped Yi Zhao. For a time, with Yi Zhao at the center, the surrounding area was enveloped by a shadow. Humph. Yi Zhao's gaze went slightly cold as origin energy coiled around the spirit saber in his hand, and two types of concept were on the verge of erupting. Swoosh! In the next moment, Yi Zhao's entire body soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning as he moved to intercept the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain. Let me see how many strikes of mine a wine gourd condensed from mere origin energy and 9th level earth concept can withstand. Yi Zhao shouted coldly, and in a short moment, the Grade 4 Spirit Saber in his hand had already swung out no less than a few tens of strikes. Own! 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 Numerous narrow and long saber lights flashed out to descend onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, and they seemed as if they'd smashed onto firm ground as they easily entered into the wine gourd. It wasn't long before a few hundred hideous saber marks appeared at the bottom of the wine gourd, yet the speed at which the wine gourd descended didn't slow down in the slightest. How could this be possible? In the end, Yi Zhao was slightly numb. Bang! On the other hand, the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain finally smashed onto Yi Zhao, and along with an enormous bang, Yi Zhao's entire body swiftly descended to smash onto the cage in the cage battle arena with a bang. Huff huff huff, Yi Zhao lay on the cage as he gasped heavily for breath, and his eyes revealed slight terror as he looked at the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain that had stopped in midair. He was unable to wrap his head around how exactly Zhang Shouyong had accomplished this. The strength Zhang Shouyong utilized was obviously equal to him, but when Zhang Shouyong combined his origin energy with 9th-level earth concept to condense this wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain into the surroundings of the wine gourd, Zhang Shouyong possessed the strength to easily crush him. Up until now, he was still unable to wrap his head around what ability Zhang Shouyong had utilized. He dared confirm that this was absolutely not the might of a martial skill. Even if it was a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill that was infinitely close to a Heaven-rank martial skill, it was impossible for it to be so abnormal. Zhang Shouyong is victorious. When the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena returned to his senses and announced, the group of people including Duan Lingtian finally returned to their senses. Even though the martial skill Big Brother Zhang executed earlier wasn't simple, yet it wasn't sufficient to allow him to instantly crush Yi Xiao. His earth concept was actually capable of forcefully condensing the origin energy that was coiled around the wine gourd into a material expanse of earth. When the numerous saber lights of Yi Xiao's hundreds of attacks from before blasted onto the wine gourd that was enormous like a mountain, more than half of their strength was neutralized by the earth in the surroundings of the wine gourd. In the end, when they collided with the wine gourd, they didn't have much strength left and were utterly incapable of affecting Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. According to the memories of the Emperor Wu of Samsara, there was only a single possibility. That was, Zhang Shouyong had already touched the threshold of intermediate earth concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely on his 9th-level elementary earth concept to condense the origin energy into a true expanse of earth. The materialization of concept was something that only intermediate concept was capable of accomplishing. For example, once water concept was comprehended to the level of intermediate concept, then when combined with origin energy, it was even capable of condensing true water. Fire concept was the same as well, and it was capable of condensing true flames when combined with origin energy. But for any concept of nature, so long as it came into contact with intermediate concept, then so long as the person that comprehended concept of nature was willing, the person would be able to materialize their concept. Just like when Xuanai made a move that day. Her intermediate concept of ice combined with origin energy was capable of forming a true strong wind of ice that swept out and directly froze the target into a popsicle. Chapter 702. Looks like this Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyong has already come into contact with intermediate earth concept. Based on the ability he executed earlier, it wouldn't be long before he'll be able to officially comprehend intermediate earth concept and even break through to the void interpretation stage. There was no lack of void interpretation stage experts on the first-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and they'd seen through the ability Zhang Shouyong executed earlier. Exactly. Once a martial artist that had similarly comprehended 9th-level elementary concept came into contact with intermediate concept, their strength would obtain an extremely great improvement. At the very least, they'll practically be in an invincible position before someone with a similar strength. When facing an opponent like this, unless one's movement technique is able to far surpass him and avoid the material concept he executed with origin energy when attacking. Otherwise, it's extremely difficult to defeat him. Indeed. Many of the profound void martial stage experts watching from the sidelines voiced their opinions. Even though their voices weren't loud, yet it clearly spread out in the silent cage battle arena, causing everyone to hear it clearly. So that's how it is. This Zhang Shouyong has actually already come into contact with intermediate earth concept. Yi Xiao, who'd consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, soared into the sky, and he looked at Zhang Shouyong with a complicated gaze. He originally thought that he would be able to defeat Zhang Shouyong today and wash away his humiliation. Unexpectedly, the outcome was still the same as the last two times. He'd still lost to Zhang Shouyong. Intermediate earth concept. He looked at Zhang Shouyong with a slightly grim expression. When he heard the discussions of those void interpretation stage experts, he understood that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong. At least, he wasn't now. Because if he exerted his full strength, then his strength was even inferior to Yi Xiao, and it was utterly impossible for his movement technique to be swifter than Zhang Shouyong. He suddenly noticed that since an unknown time, he'd actually become the lowest amongst the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts of the Dark Han dynasty. This was something he was slightly unable to accept. In next to no time, Baihe's gaze moved on to Duan Lingtian, and after flashing past Duan Lingtian, it descended onto Zishang. Fortunately, there's still these 2 fellows at the bottom. In this way, even if I'm inferior to Bai Hao, Zhang Shouyong, and Yi Xiao, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. At this moment, Baihe didn't realize it in the slightest. Currently, he did not know much about the true strength of Duan Lingtian and Zishang. Although the 2 of them had fought before, they had killed their opponents in an instant. They hadn't even had time to form the heaven and earth phenomenon before everything was over. In the battle between Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, Zhang Shouyong won. Amidst the waves of praises from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, Zhang Shouyong's expression remained unchanged as he retreated to the side, and his gaze flashed past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, Bai Hao, and Baihe. He was very curious about who would appear next. Next, who is going to issue a challenge? At this time, one of the old men also looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 4. Let me do it. With a light shout, the black-clothed youth had already arrived at the center of the cage battle arena. The person that entered the arena now was none other than the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family's 2nd prince, Baihe. It's the 2nd prince. I never imagined that the 3 young experts that were publicly acknowledged in our Dark Han dynasty in the past would enter the arena so quickly. I wonder who the 2nd prince will choose as his opponent. No matter who it is, the 2nd prince's chances of winning are extremely great. His strength isn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao. The crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Many people praised Baihe to the heavens, and it caused Baihe's face to be slightly hot. Perhaps his strength in the past wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao. But now, he knew that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao. Of course, if he was challenged by Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, he would still make a move and would absolutely not admit defeat directly. As the 2nd prince of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, he had his own pride and dignity. Even if he wasn't a match for his opponent, he would fight until the end and reveal his natural talent and strength that far exceeded ordinary young geniuses. Along with Baihe's gaze flashing past Duan Lingtian, Zishang, and Bai Hao, the cage battle arena was deathly silent, and everyone held their breaths. In the end, Baihe's gaze locked onto a person. A white-clothed young man. Zishang. The person Baihe challenged was precisely Zishang, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the Zither Young Master. This caused many people to be surprised. After all, amongst the 3 people Baihe could choose to challenge now, 2 of them were members of the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, and they were on the same side as Baihe. Originally, even more people thought that he would choose to challenge Duan Lingtian. But the outcome was always unexpected. I've never heard of this Zishang in the past. But his strength is extremely strong, and he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, with a flick of his finger. The gazes of many spectators descended onto Zishang. The Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, possessed a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 9th level sword concept, and he could be considered to be a top 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius in the Dynasty Martial competition today. But it was precisely an existence like this that was annihilated by Zishang with a flick of his finger. From the moment Zishang made a move to Feng Yu's death, it had only occurred in an instant, and even the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form. It was sufficient to show how swift Zishang's attack was and how formidable his strength was. Whoosh! When faced with Baihe's challenge, Zishang flew out with a calm expression. Brother! On the spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, Ziyan clenched her fists tightly, and her peerlessly beautiful face contained slight worry mixed within. Even though she knew that her older brother was a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert now. But the second prince, Bai He, had stepped into the 9th level of the void initiation stage since long ago. Don't worry, even if Zishang is inferior to He, his life won't be in danger. After the black-clothed old man noticed Ziyan's nervousness, he couldn't help but smile as he consoled her. Exactly. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor nodded as well. Obviously, no matter if it was the black-clothed old man or the emperor, they didn't feel that Zishang was able to defeat Bai He. After all, Bai He had always been an outstanding figure in the younger generation of the Dark Han dynasty. On the other hand, Zishang had just risen swiftly. As far as they were concerned, Bai He's foundation was much more solid than Zishang, and if nothing unexpected happened, Zishang would lose for sure. Zishang. On the spectating area of the Darkstone Empire, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Zishang, and his eyes flickered with bright lights. As a figure that was once amongst the 5 great young masters like Zishang, Long Yun paid no less attention to Zishang than Duan Lingtian. He felt that his fortuitous encounters could already be considered to be shocking. But Zishang's fortuitous encounters seemed to be even more shocking. Exactly how strong is Zishang's current strength? He was extremely curious about this. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian and the others stood far away, and their gazes descended onto the 2 young men at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena. A black-clothed young man and a white-clothed young man stood in confrontation with each other. Zishang, truthfully speaking, I'm truly extremely surprised when I saw you possess a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. But I still want to tell you that even if your cultivation is similar to mine now, you're still bound to be Bai He's stepping stone in this lifetime. Bai He looked at Zishang and provoked via voice transmission, and he obviously wanted to infuriate Zishang. But unfortunately, Zishang had a calm expression when facing his provocation, and he replied indifferently via voice transmission. Second prince, it's still unknown who's the stepping stone of who. But you'll know very soon. Zishang, you're courting death. Bai He, who originally wanted to provoke and infuriate Zishang, was instantly enraged when he heard Zishang's voice transmission that carried meaning, and his figure flashed out to directly charge towards Zishang. In the sky above him, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form. Along with a 3-foot-long blade that flowed with flowing lights appearing in Bai He's hand, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above him. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. Whoosh! In the end, along with the 3-foot-long blade emitting a strand of a peerlessly sharp aura, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form in the sky and coiled down. It wasn't just that. There was another aura mixed within the origin energy within the sword in Bai He's hand, and it was the aura of advanced force. 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form along with him. The strength of 28 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths was Bai He's entire strength after exerting his full strength. Swoosh! Bai He's speed was extremely swift like an arrow that left the bow, and he arrived before Zishang in a short moment. Die! Suddenly, Bai He's gaze went slightly cold as the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand drew a sword and flashed out swiftly. At the instant Bai He struck out with his sword. Swish! 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 Wave after wave of sword howls sounded out, rising and falling in succession without end. It was the grade 4 spirit sword in Bai He's hand that had condensed into form 10 sword lights that appeared out of thin air from all directions, and they pierced towards Zishang. Everywhere the sword lights passed, the airflow in the air flashed, and the light howls of the wind were slightly ear-piercing. Whoosh! Zishang didn't have the intention of dodging when facing Bai He's preemptive strike, and with a raise of his left hand, an ordinary zither appeared once more in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang suddenly raised his right hand as origin energy raged and coiled around his palm. It wasn't just that, strands of deep azure-colored energy and red-colored energy converged together at the center of his palm, and the red-colored energy showed signs of gradually increasing. The strength of the wind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At practically the exact same moment, Zishang moved. He slapped out with his palm, and the origin energy of wind concept and fire concept condensed at the center of his palm instantly warped and revolved to form a deep vortex. He wants to. Zishang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly puzzled. Because at this moment, the target of Zishang's palm strike wasn't Bai He, but the zither in Zishang's hand. Precisely speaking, it was slapping towards a row of strings on the front of the zither. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, the 10 sword lights Bai He condensed were only a foot away from Zishang, and they were about to pierce through Zishang's body. Finally, Zishang's right palm that twisted the vortex descended with a bang and slapped onto a row of strings on the front of the zither. Clang! Chapter 703. H. At practically the instant the enormous bang sounded out, many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were shaken to the point their eardrums ruptured, and some spectators with low cultivations and weren't prepared even bled from all 7 apertures and were in an extremely sorry state. Fortunately, I was prepared this time. On the other hand, many spectators that had hurriedly covered their ears when they saw Zishang withdraw the zither were filled with luck in their hearts when they saw many people in the surroundings bleeding from all 7 apertures. Along with Zishang's palms slapping onto a row of strings on the front of the zither, an enormous clang resounded out. Whoosh! With the point his palm descended as the center, an extremely terrifying energy instantly swept out towards the surroundings, and it was his origin energy and concept combined with the zither in his hand to execute a formidable group attack. Besides carrying along the raging milky white origin energy, the extremely terrifying energy was mixed with strands of azure and red-colored energy. The red-colored energy raged and rose explosively, and it actually rose by itself under the urging of the azure-colored energy. Borrowing strength from wind. The sudden scene before him caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but be shocked. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, before the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth had the time to completely condense into form, Zishang actually directly put away the zither in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the origin energy vortexes that contained wind concept and fire concept that revolved ceaselessly at the center of his palm were annihilated along with this. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth that hadn't condensed into form in the sky above him had instantly dispersed. At this instant, Duan Lingtian only had a single thought remaining. He wouldn't think that this strike of his is sufficient to defeat Bai He, right? Duan Lingtian's heart jerked as a crazy thought arose within his mind. Whoosh! In next to no time, Duan Lingtian realized that he'd guessed correctly. Along with Zishang's palm descending onto the zither, the energy that swept out towards the surroundings had formed into an origin energy vortex that revolved without end, and when combined with the azure and red-colored energy, it was like a swiftly revolving wheel of wind and fire. Under the urging of the azure-colored energy, the red-colored energy within the vortex swiftly rose. Along with the rise of the red-colored energy, the energy contained within the vortex grew stronger and stronger. It wasn't affected in the slightest because Zishang had stopped. Boom! 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 The origin energy vortex ceaselessly spread out, and it carried along the might of wind and fire. It was as if the wind flame wheels had suddenly exploded, and it gave rise to waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. Not only that, apart from the one that was closest to Bai He, the 10 sword lights that were condensed from the 1-meter-long blade in his hand were all shattered into pieces by the origin energy vortex. Whoosh! After the essence energy vortex shattered the 9 sword lights, its momentum did not diminish, continuing to sweep out in all directions, enveloping Bai He in the blink of an eye. Boom! Another loud bang rang out. It was Bai He who was swept in by the essence energy vortex along with his sword. At this moment, even if Bai He mobilized the origin energy in his body in time, it was still difficult for him to resist the origin energy vortex. Under the gazes of everyone present, the spirit sword in Bai He's hand was quickly swept away by the origin energy vortex, and it fell onto the cage battle arena. On the other hand, Bai He himself was carried along by the origin energy vortex to spin a few tens of rounds, and it shook him to the point his countenance turned ghastly pale while blood sprayed out violently from his mouth. If this continued, he would obviously not be able to survive. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition made a move at the same time. One of them saved Bai He. The other person annihilated the origin energy vortex with a raise of his hand. Even then, the origin energy vortex still brought along a wave of violent winds that swept out in all directions of the cage battle arena, and it blew on the clothes of most people present to the point it fluttered with the wind. At this moment, only the sound of Bai He gasping for breath and the howling of the violent winds remained in the scene. Numerous gazes descended onto the white-clothed young man in the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. From the beginning until the end, the white-clothed young man didn't move in the slightest, and he stood there without moving like a mountain, and his expression remained unchanged even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Second prince lost just like this? The spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock successively, and all of them revealed astonished expressions as they found it difficult to believe that everything they saw earlier was real. Some people even felt that they were dreaming. But when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their thighs, the pain that came from their thighs seemed to be telling them they weren't dreaming. Zishang is victorious. Along with the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena speaking, the outcome was out. Meanwhile, everyone was jolted awake from their shock. Too terrifying. This Zishang is too terrifying. He isn't just terrifying. He's simply abnormal. When he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and it was fine. After all, the Dark Moon sect's head disciple was only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. But earlier, when facing the second prince, one of the publicly acknowledged 3 great young experts of our Dark Han dynasty, he actually defeated the second prince in a single move. Moreover, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form as well. It's said that a silent dog will bite. Looks like these words aren't wrong in the slightest. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar because Zishang defeated Bai He with a single strike. The faces of many people even flushed red and were extremely excited. It was as if the person that defeated the second prince wasn't Zishang but them. This, on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family, the black-clothed old man was completely stunned. Zishang was his personal disciple, so logically speaking, no one understood Zishang better than him. But now, the ability Zishang revealed caused him to feel unfamiliar. Especially the origin energy vortex that appeared in Zishang's hand with a raise of his hand. It was obviously an extremely formidable martial skill, and he felt that he'd never seen or heard of such a martial skill. Hiss! The Dark Han dynasty's emperor that sat by the side of the black-clothed old man couldn't help but gasp. Zishang is actually so strong. Perhaps, Zishang's strength isn't even inferior to Hao. The emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. At this moment, the emperor didn't arouse any displeasure towards Zishang when his son was defeated by Zishang. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing for him and the entire imperial family that a young genius that was even stronger than his son had appeared in the imperial family. This meant that the members of the imperial family had an even greater chance to go even further on the stage of the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the beginning, the emperor had an expression of disappointment when he saw Bai He, who had a ghastly pale countenance. Subsequently, he seemed to have thought of something and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha! Zishang, you're really not bad. Your strength has truly given me a pleasant surprise. Let's not talk about the rewards of your ranking battle for now. I'll make the decision now. No matter what your ranking is, I'll bestow an additional 10,000 low-grade origin stones to you after the dynasty martial competition ends. The emperor's words suppressed the clamorous noise in the cage battle arena and clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the cage battle arena was deathly silent once more, and only the emperor's laughter remained. 10,000 low-grade origin stones. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, numerous burning gazes locked firmly onto Zishang, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, and they wished for nothing more than to replace Zishang. As expected of our Dark Han dynasty's emperor. Not only is he not enraged by the second prince's defeat, he even wants to reward the person that defeated the second prince. Your Majesty is wise, long live your Majesty. In next to no time, many spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena weren't stingy with their words of praise towards the emperor in the slightest. Thank you, Your Majesty. Zishang was slightly shocked when he heard the emperor, and after he recovered from his shock, he hurriedly thanked the emperor. Originally, even though he was mentally prepared since long ago when he defeated the second prince today, he was slightly perturbed by the emperor's attitude. After all, the second prince was the emperor's own son, whereas, he was only an outsider. Now it would seem that he'd thought too much. If it was in terms of whose expression was the most unsightly now, then it was undoubtedly the second prince, Bai He. After Bai He was defeated by Zishang, he felt ashamed to the point of being unable to show his face, and he hated to the point of drilling a hole in the sky and entering it. Just think about how he, the dignified second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, one of the three great young experts of the Dark Han dynasty, had actually lost at the hands of a person of lowly birth. How could he endure this? Most importantly, he'd humiliated and provoked Zishang numerous times via voice transmission earlier. At this moment, he felt that everything he'd done earlier was like slapping his own face. Now, Zishang was probably overjoyed in his heart, right? Unknowingly, Bai He's body started trembling lightly, and he was furious to the limit, yet he just happened to be unable to do anything. How could this Zishang possibly possess such a formidable strength in such a short period of time? But at the same time that fear arose in Bai He's heart towards the strength Zishang revealed, he was also filled with envy. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Why wasn't it me that obtained that fortuitous encounter? As far as Bai He was concerned, if he obtained the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained, then perhaps he would have already broken through to the void interpretation stage now. He hated. He was envious. Unlike Bai He's hatred and envy, Duan Lingtian looked at Zishang and his eyes narrowed slightly. I truly never imagined that Zishang would actually possess such a formidable strength now. Especially his comprehension of wind concept and fire concept, it can be said to have reached the acme of perfection. As the saying goes, the connoisseur sees the skill, the layman sees the show. Earlier, after Zishang stopped attacking, his fire concept was still ceaselessly rising, and an ordinary martial artist was utterly unable to notice it. But Duan Lingtian had seen it clearly. Fire grows stronger with the help of wind. This is basic knowledge. But martial artists that have truly comprehended the two concepts of wind and fire and are able to utilize the wind concept to activate and improve the fire concept are extremely rare. This was something that Duan Lingtian was clearly aware of through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Supposedly, if the ability of utilizing wind with fire is utilized properly, then one is even capable of utilizing wind concept to temporarily improve the level of fire concept during battle. Duan Lingtian was extremely sure that when Zishang attacked, his fire concept had surely been activated by his wind concept to improve greatly. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Bai He so easily. Besides that, the martial skill Zishang executed earlier wasn't ordinary as well. Chapter 704. After a short moment, Zishang and Bai He each left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. Whoosh! Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao! Instantly, the person that entered the arena drew the attention of most people. The person that entered the arena now was the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Up until now, 2 battles had been carried out in the top 6 ranking battles. The first battle was the battle between Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, and now, Yi Xiao had once again occupied the initiative in the third battle, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from being curious. Who will this Yi Xiao challenge this time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao's gaze directly locked onto a person. Duan Lingtian. When he saw Yi Xiao looking over and calling out his name, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged, and his figure flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised by Yi Xiao challenging him. After all, he'd first taught Yi Xiao's younger brother, Yi Xiang, a lesson, and then killed the number 2 young expert of the Yi clan, Yi Lu. It was completely within reason that Yi Xiao wanted to get even with him. Duan Lingtian, you possess such a cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, your natural talent is extremely strong. But unfortunately, the path of the martial Tao doesn't only rely on natural talent, it relies on comprehension ability as well. Obviously, Yi Xiao didn't think that Duan Lingtian's comprehension of concept was very high. Are you teaching me a lesson? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. It's still unknown if you're able to defeat me, yet you're impatiently teaching me a lesson here. It seems to be slightly inappropriate, right? To put it bluntly, do you have the qualifications? Humph. You'll know if I have the qualifications or not very soon. Yi Xiao grunted coldly as his feet shook, and his figure moved along with the wind as he charged towards Duan Lingtian. In his hand, a spirit saber that was like a bright moon appeared out of thin air, and origin energy raged within it while concept followed behind like a shadow as he revealed his strength. Flying stars chasing moon. After Yi Xiao arrived near Duan Lingtian, he raised his hand and shook the spirit saber in his hand. He was about to swing it at Duan Lingtian. At practically the instant that Yi Xiao raised his hand, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. In the eyes of many martial artists with average cultivation, Duan Lingtian disappeared in an instant. As for some martial artists with profound cultivation, they could see that Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into a hurricane, and was already close to Yi Xiao before he struck out with his blade. At this instant, an ear-piercing sound of wind and thunder suddenly rang out before it abruptly stopped. Whoosh! Soon after, a soft sword hum rang out before it was extinguished in an instant. If one did not have a high cultivation base, they would not be able to hear the sword whistle. What a fast sword! Many martial artists with high cultivations couldn't help but narrow their eyes when they saw the flash of purple sword light in Duan Lingtian's hand. Right at this moment, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand had already flashed out towards Duan Lingtian, who was close at hand, and it seemed to have transformed into a bright moon that shot out menacingly. Duan Lingtian seemed to have been prepared since long ago, and he moved to the side in a neither fast nor slow manner at the instant Yi Xiao struck out with his blade. In the eyes of the group of people with profound cultivations, Duan Lingtian had completed the actions of striking out and sheathing his sword in the blink of an eye, and at the instant he sheathed his sword, he seemed as if he'd foreseen the future and flashed to the side. The bright moon that flashed out from Yi Xiao's hand was pushed by the group of stars, and when it saw it had lost its target, Yi Xiao's gaze squinted as he wanted to control the bright moon to chase after Duan Lingtian. You've already lost. A flat and indifferent voice sounded out abruptly, yet it caused the nearby Duan Lingtian to speak slowly. Lost? Yi Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes from the surroundings, a bad premonition arose in his heart, and after he withdrew his spirit saber, he hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Duan Lingtian didn't answer Yi Xiao, and his gaze moved down slightly to descend onto Yi Xiao's throat. There was a shallow sword mark on Yi Xiao's throat, and a clear and dazzling bloody mark hung on it, causing it to be gorgeous and resplendent. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze, Yi Xiao faintly noticed that his throat was slightly cold, and when he stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, he saw that his hand was covered in dazzling fresh blood. You! How could this be possible? Yi Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbstruck gaze and an expression of disbelief. Now, he'd guessed it as well. At the instant that Duan Lingtian approached him, Duan Lingtian had already made a move. Earlier, there was a moment when he felt a gust of cold wind blow onto his throat. At the beginning, he only felt that it was the wind in the air that suddenly became cold, but now when he thought about it, it was caused by the edge of Duan Lingtian's sword. Quick! Too quick! Never had Yi Xiao imagined that Duan Lingtian's sword strike would be so swift to the point he didn't even have the time to react before his throat was sliced open. At the same time, Yi Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He could imagine that if Duan Lingtian hadn't shown mercy earlier, then he would have already been killed by Duan Lingtian's sword strike. He'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's ability to slice open the throat with a single strike earlier. Their Yi clan's young genius, Yi Lu, had been killed by Duan Lingtian with a single strike of his sword. Now, do you still think you have the qualifications to teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian stood at the side as he looked at Yi Xiao with a calm expression. His gaze was neither happy nor angry, and no emotions could be discerned from it. I admit that I indeed don't have the qualifications to teach you a lesson. But, thank you for showing mercy. Yi Xiao took a deep breath as his expression changed indeterminately before finally squeezing out a trace of a magnanimous smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao left the central area in the sky above the cage battle arena. This Yi Xiao's character isn't bad, unlike his younger brother. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when he saw Yi Xiao admit defeat so easily. Duan Lingtian is victorious. Meanwhile, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. At this moment, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today looked at Duan Lingtian with slightly complicated gazes. This violet-clothed young man had entered their fields of vision when they followed the emperor over. This was a person that dared be disrespectful before their Darkhan dynasty's emperor. Originally, they thought that the violet-clothed young man only dared to be so unbridled because he was relying on his status as Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yet now, they didn't think like this. With the natural talent and comprehension ability this violet-clothed young man revealed, he did indeed have the qualifications to be arrogant. This Duan Lingtian. How could he possibly be so strong? After Yi Xiao returned to the first-class spectating area where the Yi clan members were, his second brother, Yi Xiang, had an extremely unsightly expression, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood in the distant sky. Don't offend this Duan Lingtian in the future. You, me, and our Yi clan can't afford to offend him. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Xiang with a warning gaze, and his words were obviously not spoken for Yi Xiang's ears. The Yi clan's patriarch and the remaining higher-ups had bitter smiles and helplessness on their faces now. They knew that Yi Xiao was right. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's terrifying natural talent and comprehension ability, just his background was sufficient to cause their Yi clan to be somewhat fearful of him. So it turns out that elder brother Duan concealed so much of his strength when he fought me that day. Even the number one expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Xiao, wasn't a match for him. After Feng Tianwu received the spatial ring sent over by the worker of the cage battle arena, she looked at Duan Lingtian from afar as she muttered to herself. From the moment Duan Lingtian moved to attacking and dodging to the side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth and the sky didn't even have the time to condense into form. It could be seen from this that the speed Duan Lingtian attacked had already arrived at an extremely shocking extent. What a kid! He actually concealed his strength so deeply. Feng Wudao's eyes lit up, and a rare wisp of a smile appeared on his face. Young miss, how many origin stones did you help brother Duan earn this time? Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. Over 8,000 origin stones. Feng Tianwu returned to her senses, and an exceedingly brilliant smile bloomed on her peerlessly beautiful face. Not bad. But there won't be such a good opportunity next time. Elder Kong nodded. Feng Tianwu deeply agreed with Elder Kong's words. She was able to earn so much this time because the people of the cage battle arena didn't know Duan Lingtian's exact cultivation. It was precisely because of this that in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yi Xiao, the odds for Duan Lingtian was much higher than Yi Shao. After the battle this time, it was obviously impossible for Duan Lingtian's odds to be so high. After all, he was an existence that could defeat Yi Shao in a single move. This Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. He's able to defeat Yi Shao in a single move, so doesn't that mean he can defeat Yi Shao in a single move as well? The brows of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor raised and he was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have completely tossed the disrespect Duan Lingtian had towards him at the beginning to the back of his mind. As expected of Zishang's old enemy. With his strength, he has the qualifications to become Zishang's opponent. The nearby black-clothed old man spoke with a serious expression. How could this be possible? How could this Duan Lingtian possibly possess such a terrifying strength? The beautiful face of Ziyan, who sat by the side of the black-clothed old man, was covered in disbelief, and the space between her brows contained slight worry towards her older brother, Zishang. She knew clearly in her heart that the battle between her older brother, Zishang, and Duan Lingtian was unavoidable today. Moreover, during these past few years, the greatest driving force that urged her older brother forward was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zishang himself looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that he revealed a surprised expression, his eyes revealed burning battle intent. I never imagined that you possess such a formidable strength. But, this is good as well. Otherwise, if you're too weak, then it would be too boring. Impossible. Impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly possess such a formidable strength? After Bai He, who was defeated by Duan Lingtian earlier, consumed a healing medicinal pill, his injuries had completely healed. But now, after he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. At the beginning, after he witnessed Yi Shao and Zhang Shouyang's strength, he knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't a match for Yi Shao and Zhang Shouyang. Chapter 705. At that time, Bai He had taken Duan Lingtian and Zishang to be his stepping stones today. But now, the two people he took to be his stepping stones. One of them had defeated him in a single move. The other had defeated Yi Shao, who was stronger than him, in a single move. How could he accept this? Could it be that I'm really going to be ranked at the 6th position in the ranking battle? At the bottom? The corners of Bai He's mouth were filled with bitterness as his eyes were filled with unwillingness, and his heart warped madly. This Duan Lingtian has surely obtained numerous fortuitous encounters since he's able to possess such a cultivation at such an age. Why? Why are Duan Lingtian and Zishang able to obtain fortuitous encounters, yet I, Bai He, have nothing? I hate it. I hate it. The heavens are unfair. The heavens are unfair. At this moment, Bai He seemed to have completely forgotten that his background was 1,000 times better than Duan Lingtian and Zishang. He was the son of the Dark Han dynasty's emperor, the respected second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, and he was greatly respected. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian and Zishang were only people from a tiny imperial kingdom. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was even from a tiny kingdom under an imperial kingdom, and he was even more inferior to Zishang. Duan Lingtian, amazing. Too amazing. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire praised excitedly. On the other hand, the young geniuses of the other empires were affected by this as well. Who said that there aren't any experts amongst us from the empires? The Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian defeated the Dark Han dynasty's young expert, Yi Shao, who'd made a name for himself for many years in a single move. Duan Lingtian, good luck. All of us who've similarly come from the various empires are proud of you. Right, we're proud of you. I hope you can point your sword at the first. Point your sword at the first. The young geniuses of the various empires in the 9 second-class spectating areas were seething with excitement. Presently, amongst the 6 great 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Duan Lingtian was from an empire, and he was a young genius that was recommended by an empire. In the eyes of the young geniuses from the various empires, at this moment, Duanling Tian represented the glory of these young geniuses from the various empires. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duanling Tian had retreated to the side. Brother Ling Tian, even though I was mentally prepared since long ago and felt that you would surpass me sooner or later. But never had I imagined that in the dynasty martial competition today, your strength has already surpassed mine. Zhang Shouyong looked at Duanling Tian with a complicated gaze as he sighed. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Your earth concept is much stronger than the concept I've comprehended, and it can already materialize. Duanling Tian shook his head. So what if it can materialize? It's only 9th level elementary earth concept as well. It's fine when facing someone with a similar strength or a strength that's inferior to me, but when encountering a freak like you who far surpasses me in speed, even if my earth concept can materialize, it would be unable to affect you in the slightest. Zhang Shouyong spoke truthfully. No matter what. Based on the current situation, besides Bai Hao who hasn't made a move, you're surely the first amongst the 5 of us to break through to the void interpretation stage. Duanling Tian continued. He was extremely confident towards Zhang Shouyong in this. Once Zhang Shouyong broke through to the void interpretation stage, it would be sufficient for him to easily crush all of these young geniuses that hadn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. I hope so. Zhang Shouyong nodded. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. At this moment, no one was the first to move, and the atmosphere became slightly strange. At this moment, even more gazes descended onto the white-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it wasn't Zishang but Bai Hao. Bai Hao, a person recommended by the imperial family and the host of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. To most of the people present, he was completely filled with mystery. Up until now, amongst the 6 young geniuses that were competing for the top 6 positions in the ranking battles, only he hadn't made a move. Including Duanling Tian, the other 5 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses looked at Bai Hao in unison and anticipated Bai Hao to ascend the arena. Whoosh! Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Bai Hao made a move and arrived at the central area of the cage battle arena. Bai Hao has entered the arena. I wonder who he'll choose as his opponent. We'll know soon. Numerous gazes never left Bai Hao from the beginning until the end. Finally, Bai Hao chose his opponent as well. Zhang Shouyong. Zhang Shouyong was stunned when he was challenged by Bai Hao, and then he moved out to stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. A wine gourd appeared out of thin air in his hand, and he started pouring wine into his mouth. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyong put down the wine gourd and looked at Bai Hao with a serious expression. Obviously, he'd realized that Bai Hao wasn't simple. Even though this Bai Hao made a move yesterday, it was only for a brief moment. But it was precisely during that brief moment that besides revealing a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, he even revealed 9th level fire concept. Duanling Tian's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his expression became slightly serious. He kept having the feeling that besides not utilizing a spirit weapon, it was very likely that Bai Hao had held back when he made a move yesterday. Let's begin. Bai Hao spoke indifferently. Practically at the instant Bai Hao finished speaking, Zhang Shouyong moved. Bang! Zhang Shouyong raised his right leg and stomped abruptly, shattering the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet, and then he relied on the force of the collision to charge towards Bai Hao like a cannonball that shot out from the barrel of a cannon. Everywhere Zhang Shouyong passed, the howling of the wind and the sounds of air exploding rose and fell without end. Whoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyong tightly held the wine gourd with a raise of his hand, and then he stretched his shoulder backwards, causing his entire body to seem to have transformed into a strong bow. Along with the origin energy in Zhang Shouyong's hand being released and gushing into the wine gourd, his earth concept followed like a shadow, and it seemed as if the surface of the wine gourd was covered in a layer of earthen yellow clothes. Ha! Along with Zhang Shouyong shouting out explosively, his body that was stretched into the shape of a bow suddenly straightened, and the wine gourd in his hand left his hand with a swish. Everywhere it passed, it seemed to have transformed into an earthen yellow bolt of lightning that shot towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Zhang Shouyong flashed out and followed closely behind the wine gourd. In the sky, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and dashed out along with Zhang Shouyong, and they seemed to be telling the surrounding people that he'd already exerted his full strength. A wine gourd and a person flashed towards Bai Hao one after the other. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand, and flowing lights revolved around the body of the spear, and he knew with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary weapon. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. As a genuine Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of the spear in Bai Hao's hand with a single glance. Flame Cloud Spear. Bai He's pupils constricted as his expression became slightly unsightly, and the depths of his eyes were filled with envy. He was able to recognize that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Bai Hao's hand was precisely the one and only Grade 3 spirit weapon in their Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and it was in the possession of the strongest person in the imperial family. Yesterday, he went to look for his imperial father and asked his imperial father to help him borrow this Grade 3 spirit spear, yet he was refused by his imperial father. Never had he imagined that the Grade 3 spirit spear he didn't borrow would be in Bai Hao's hands today. As far as he was concerned, if he possessed this Grade 3 spirit spear to rely on today, then perhaps he wouldn't have to be afraid of Zhang Shouyong and Yi Xiao, and at the same time, he wouldn't have lost to Zishang in a single move. He was jealous. He hated. On what basis? On what basis can this Grade 3 spirit spear be lent to Bai Hao but not to me? This Bai Hao uses a spear. When he saw Bai Hao still had a calm expression when facing the wine gourd that approached menacingly, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's gaze, Bai Hao moved. Bai Hao held the spear with a single hand as the origin energy on his body skyrocketed, and then strands of material red-colored energy appeared. When the red-colored energy covered his origin energy, the origin energy shook abruptly and transformed into a crimson-red color. For a time, Bai Hao and his spear were situated within a red-colored sea of flames that rose explosively. Its material concept again. As he looked at Bai Hao, who was enveloped by the red-colored flames that rose explosively and didn't suffer the slightest injury, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bai Hao's fire concept had actually already come into contact with intermediate concept, and it wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyong's earth concept. Swoosh! Finally, Bai Hao moved. His entire body flashed out like a large fireball that tore through the sky, and it caused the air to be covered in a scorching aura as he moved to intercept the enormous wine gourd that Zhang Shouyong swung and smashed down. Suddenly, Bai Hao held the spear with both hands and swung it above his head. In the next moment, whoosh! A wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind instantly resounded out like thunder. It was Bai Hao who'd swung the Grade 3 spirit spear with both hands and smashed it towards Zhang Shouyong as if he possessed the help of the gods, whereas, the spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a rod at this moment. Bang! The spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand descended and fiercely smashed onto the wine gourd that flashed over, and scorching flames swept out and instantly shattered the material earth on the surface of the wine gourd. It wasn't just that. After his spirit spear shattered the material earth concept in the surroundings of the wine gourd, it continued to descend onto the wine gourd, and another enormous bang sounded out before the wine gourd was directly blasted flying by him. Bang! On the other hand, the wine gourd that was blasted flying collided with Zhang Shouyong, who followed behind it, and it blasted Zhang Shouyong flying. Pooh! Zhang Shouyong was struck by the wine gourd while being caught off guard, causing his countenance to go ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he only stopped after he was blasted flying for a distance. On the other hand, Bai Hao had already put away the Grade 3 spirit spear in his hand, and the flames on his body were extinguished along with it. You're not a match for me. Bai Hao looked at Zhang Shouyong with a calm gaze as he spoke indifferently. Zhang Shouyong didn't deny Bai Hao's words, and he retreated to the side after putting away the wine gourd. Bai Hao is victorious. Meanwhile, one of the old men reacted to the situation and announced the outcome. On the other hand, the cage battle arena was clamorous as well. What happened earlier? This Bai Hao, who was recommended by the imperial family, used the spirit spear as a rod, and he smashed out with the rod to blast Zhang Shouyong's wine gourd flying. Not only did he blast the wine gourd flying, he even injured Zhang Shouyong. I only saw the ancient horned dragon silhouette appear in the sky above Zhang Shouyong when he attacked. I didn't see Bai Hao's attack clearly. I didn't see it clearly as well. Chapter 706. Just like Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang earlier, Bai Hao defeated his opponent in a single move. From the beginning until the end, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have time to condense into form at all. I feel that Bai Hao's strength is comparable to Duan Lingtian and Zi Shang, and he completely surpasses the other three young geniuses. Not only that, when Bai Hao attacked, that fire concept combined with his origin energy actually transformed into true flames. He's an existence that's half a foot into the void interpretation stage, just like Zhang Shouyong. His strength is even stronger than Zhang Shouyong. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with animated discussion. Including Duan Lingtian, most people were shocked by Bai Hao's strength. Big brother Zhang, when Bai Hao swung that spirit spear earlier and smashed it towards your spirit weapon bottle gourd, did it contain another type of concept? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Zhang Shouyong via voice transmission. Because Bai Hao attacked swiftly, the phenomenon of the heavens and the earth didn't have the time to condense into form, and coupled with the material fire concept blocking Duan Lingtian's line of sight, Duan Lingtian didn't notice the second concept. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't notice it, but it didn't mean that Zhang Shouyong was unable to sense it. Exactly. Even though Zhang Shouyong lost at Bai Hao's hands, he wasn't dejected in the slightest. Besides fire concept, he used rod concept as well. According to my guess, his rod concept is at least at the second level or above. Rod concept? Second level or above? Duan Lingtian looked at Bai Hao with slight surprise when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Bai Hao's strength was actually so strong. 9th level fire concept and rod concept at the second level or above, the combination of both, is already not inferior to the combination of my 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Even though I've comprehended 1st level earth concept, who knows if his rod concept is only at the 2nd level? Perhaps it's at the 3rd or 4th level. After all, Zhang Shouyong had only roughly estimated that Bai Hao's stick concept was at the 2nd level or above, and he wasn't able to confirm exactly how strong it was. Bai Hao easily won the battle with Zhang Shouyong, shocking many people present. Based on the current situation, amongst the 6 young geniuses, Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao's strengths are the strongest. The other 3 are slightly inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, the top 3 of the ranking battles of the Dynasty Martial competition today ought to be Duan Lingtian's group of 3. No matter if it's Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, or Bai Hao. Up until now, they've attacked swiftly, causing the phenomena of the heavens and the earth to appear briefly, and I utterly don't know exactly how strong they are. Perhaps, only when the 3 of them face each other will we be able to determine their exact strength. I'm looking forward to it. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and many people were anticipating the battle between Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Zi Shang looked at Bai Hao, who'd retreated to the side, and his eyes narrowed abruptly as he thought in his heart. I originally thought that my opponent today would only be Duan Lingtian. Yet I never imagined that Bai Hao's strength would be so formidable as well, and he already possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. But no matter if it's Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, both of them are bound to become my, Zi Shang's, stepping stones. I, Zi Shang, am determined to obtain the first in the Dynasty Martial competition. Unknowingly, Zi Shang's eyes were filled with confidence, confidence towards his own strength. Next. In next to no time, along with the sounds of discussion in the surroundings of the cage battle arena calming down, the old man spoke once more. At the same time, Zishang moved and arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. It's Zishang. Zishang actually went up in such a hurry. I wonder if he'll choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao as his opponent. If he chooses Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao, then this battle will surely be extremely exciting. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena that had calmed down slightly became bustling once more. But unfortunately, Zishang didn't choose Duan Lingtian or Bai Hao. His gaze locked onto his target at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao, are you going to admit defeat yourself? Or do you want me to defeat you? The person Zishang challenged was precisely the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Presently, Yi Xiao was sitting at the first-class spectating area where the members of the Yi clan were seated, and he flew out when challenged by Zishang. If you have the strength, then defeat me. Don't even think about asking me to admit defeat. Yi Xiao's words were filled with unyielding pride. As the eldest young master of the Yi clan and the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan, he had pride and dignity that was more important than his own life, and he wouldn't allow anyone to trample on it. Very good. Zishang stood in confrontation with Yi Xiao and nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, then I'll personally defeat you. Humph. Yi Xiao grunted coldly and chose to strike first to gain the initiative once more. But unfortunately, even though his speed was swift, Zishang's speed was swifter. Along with a zither appearing out of thin air in Zishang's hand, origin energy flickered out from the tips of his fingers with a raise of his hand before transforming into two tiny vortexes that ceaselessly warped and revolved. Moreover, within these two tiny vortexes, wind concept and fire concept followed like shadows, and the fire borrowed the might of the wind, causing the fire concept to gradually strengthen. In the next moment, Zishang's hand descended like a bolt of lightning, and his fingers plucked the strings of the zither. Cover your ears. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, along with the appearance of the zither in Zishang's hand, many people couldn't help but shout out in panic. Many spectators with comparatively low cultivations hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears. Right at this instant, the sound of the zither resounded out. Clang! Clang! Two ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds of the zither instantly resounded out. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two ceaselessly revolving vortexes whistled out from the zither, and they were like two extremely swift arrows that left the bowstring. One of the vortexes moved to intercept the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. Clang! The sound of the zither resounded out as the spirit saber was swept to the side by the vortexes, and the origin energy on it dimmed down slightly. On the other hand, the other vortex pointed directly at Yi Xiao, and it followed him like a shadow as it whistled out towards Yi Xiao with menacing momentum. Ohm! Yi Xiao's eyes squinted when facing the vortexes that approached menacingly, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm to heavily descend onto the vortexes. However, the vortexes easily dispersed more than half of the origin energy on Yi Xiao's palm, and then they heavily injured Yi Xiao and blasted him flying. At the same time that Yi Xiao flew out in a sorry state, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme. On the other hand, the grade 4 spirit saber that flew out of his hand had completely dimmed down after losing the supply of origin energy, and it fell to the ground before being taken back by Yi Xiao, who'd barely caught his breath. Zishan! Yi Xiao looked at the white-clothed young man that had put away his zither long ago, and his eyes revealed deep fear. When did such a figure appear in the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family? He was actually completely unaware in the past. He defeated his opponent in a single move. This Zishang's strength is too overbearing. The phenomenon of the heavens and the earth hasn't completely condensed into form. I can't see how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes this Zishang is capable of drawing upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to condense into form when he attacks. I suspect that when this Zishang attacks with his full strength, it's extremely likely that it exceeds the strength of 30 ancient horned dragons. It's possible. As expected, an uproar arose in the cage battle arena when they saw Zishang defeating Yi Xiao in a single move. Zishang's strength had once again shocked them. Along with Zishang and Yi Xiao retreating to the side, the ranking battle continued. Next. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure flashed out swiftly to arrive at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian. Instantly, the violet-clothed young man that took the initiative to enter the arena drew the attention of everyone. Who should I choose? It was the first time Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to enter the arena to choose an opponent, and his gaze flashed past the other 4 people besides Yi Xiao as he carefully sized them up. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian noticed. Besides Zishang, Bai Hao, and Zhang Shouyong who had calm expressions, the second Prince Bai He's expression was slightly unsightly, and his gaze was difficult to unravel. Duan Lingtian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw this scene, and his gaze locked onto Bai He. Second Prince, if I'm not wrong. You seem to have said that you wanted to teach me a lesson. Now, I'll give you this opportunity, how about it? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the cage battle arena went deathly silent. Numerous strange gazes descended onto Bai He as expected, and all of them felt that Duan Lingtian was truly too evil. With his strength that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao in a single move, he'd challenged Bai He who was obviously inferior to Yi Xiao and even spoke such mocking words. Wasn't this bullying? You? Bai He's expression went grim when he heard Duan Lingtian, and when he recalled his actions of provoking Duan Lingtian at the beginning, he wished for nothing more than to give himself 2 slaps. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes that flashed over from the surroundings, he was unable to restrain himself any longer, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Lingtian as he sneered. Duan Lingtian, do you really think that I, Bai He, am afraid of you? I didn't think so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled lightly. Then. Second Prince, please make a move. Duan Lingtian's casual attitude caused Bai He's expression to go grim once more. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Bai He was like a wild beast that had its tail stepped on, and he was exasperated as he flashed out while a spirit sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Right when origin energy raged within the spirit sword in Bai He's hand and his sword concept arrived as expected. Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. Duan Lingtian's speed was so swift that when it entered into Bai He's eyes, he only saw an afterimage that flashed swiftly by, and it directly flashed past him to arrive behind him. When he recovered from his shock, he instantly turned around with the intention of attacking once more. Duan Lingtian is victorious. The old man's voice clearly entered into Bai He's ears. Bai He's expression went grim when he heard this, and when he recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian defeating Yi Xiao earlier, he hurriedly stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, causing his hand to be tainted with blood. Instantly, Bai He's expression went ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was slightly dejected. He knew that he'd lost completely and utterly. Chapter 707. Throat sliced with a single strike again. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian showing mercy, the second prince would have died for sure. What a swift sword! What a swift speed! Even though the people present weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was able to defeat Bai He, they were still shocked by Duan Lingtian's speed. Duan Lingtian had attacked twice, and it was against Yi Xiao and Bai He respectively. But the outcome of the two of them was almost the same, and both of them had their throats slit before they could react to what had happened. Duan Lingtian. On the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, King Yong revealed a smile. Duan Lingtian's display had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised at the same time. Before this, he'd never imagined that someone from their Darkstone Empire would actually be able to arrive at this stage. If it wasn't for him confirming that everything before his eyes was real, he would feel that he wasn't dreaming. No matter how shocked the others in the cage battle arena were, the dynasty martial competition still continued like a raging fire. Perhaps it was intentional or not, Duan Lingtian, Zi Shang, and Bai Hao had chosen the other three people as their opponents first. In next to no time, the other three people had each lost at the hands of the three of them. The results of the 4th, 5th, and 6th in the ranking battles of the dynasty martial competition today have been decided. They're respectively Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man's voice was like a sonorous bell as he announced. The 6th will obtain 2,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward, the 5th will obtain 5,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward, the 4th will obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Another old man continued. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar as expected. 10,000 low-grade origin stones. For a time, numerous gazes that were filled with burning desire descended onto Zhang Shouyong in unison. He's only at the 4th, yet he's able to obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward? Then wouldn't the people ranked in the top 3 be able to obtain even more origin stones? The person ranked at the 1st in the dynasty martial competition today would probably count until his hands went soft. The attention of the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had moved on to the rewards of the dynasty martial competition today. More people were curious about the rewards for the top 3. No one was surprised by the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family's wealth. Because they knew that the Darkhan dynasty's origin stone vein was controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Perhaps some other top forces could get a share of the profits, but more than 50% of the primordial stones mined would still be in the hands of the imperial family. The 4th place is worth 10,000 low-grade primal stones? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Doesn't that mean that the first-place winner is extremely likely to receive several tens of thousands of low-grade origin stones? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with yearning for the 1st in the dynasty martial competition today. Meanwhile, after Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, and Bai He received their respective spatial rings that contained spirit stones, they returned successively to the first-class spectating area they were at earlier. Together with the others, they looked towards the 3 remaining young geniuses in the distant sky. A purple-clothed young man and 2 white-clothed young men. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, causing the robes of the 3 people to flutter in the wind. A great battle was about to break out. Now, the 3 of you will decide on the top 3 rankings of the dynasty martial competition today. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and spoke slowly. The 3 of them were competing for the top 3 rankings. In other words, any one of them would face 2 battles, moreover, there would only be a total of 3 battles, and they were the final 3 battles. Only 3 battles were required to decide on the final rankings. The clamorous noise in the cage battle arena was slowly suppressed and gradually vanished along with the old man's voice. The entire cage battle arena recovered its calm. Whoosh! A figure was the first to flash out and stand at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was a white-robed young man. Zi Shang. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. At this moment, Zi Shang only had 2 choices. The first was to choose him as his opponent and challenge Bai Hao in the next battle. The second was to choose Bai Hao as his opponent and battle him in the next battle. In next to no time, Zi Shang made a choice. Bai Hao. Zi Shang's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his burning gaze was filled with battle intent. Whoosh! Bai Hao was challenged, and he flew out to stand before Zi Shang and stand in confrontation with Zi Shang. 2 white-colored figures stood facing each other, and it was extremely dazzling. I wonder who will win in the battle between Zi Shang and Bai Hao. Based on the current situation, their chances of winning ought to be 50%. After all, from the beginning until the end, we haven't discerned their exact strengths. I feel that Bai Hao's chances of winning are comparatively greater. It wasn't just the surrounding crowd of spectators that didn't know the outcome of the battle between Zi Shang and Bai Hao, even Duan Lingtian was similarly unable to deduce who was stronger between the two of them. Zishang and Baihao's cultivations were on par. This was the information he possessed up until now. On the other hand, in terms of concept, he wasn't sure until now. As for spirit weapons, if Zishang didn't conceal them, then he would surely be suppressed by Baihao in terms of spirit weapons. After all, Baihao possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though it wasn't a weapon that he liked, it could be used as a weapon that he liked, and it wouldn't affect his strength in the slightest. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zishang and Baihao moved at practically the exact same time. Zishang soared up into the sky as a zither appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the same time, his palm descended, and the concept of wind and fire fused into his origin energy to form a swiftly revolving vortex at the center of his palm that directly pressed down onto the surface of the zither. Whoosh! At practically the instant Zishang's hand descended, a spirit spear appeared in Baihao's hand. When he flashed towards Zishang like a bolt of lightning, material flames skyrocketed from his body, and he seemed to have transformed into a ball of burning clouds that flashed through the sky. But because the spirit weapon in his possession was a grade lower than the spirit weapon in Baihao's possession, so under the precondition that their cultivations and concepts were equal, his strength was slightly weaker. Of course, all of this was established under the precondition that he didn't rely on wind concept and fire concept. Once he relied on wind concept and fire concept, it was sufficient to allow his fire concept to advance by 2 levels and obtain the strength of 2 ancient horned dragons. So, if both of them were to exert their full strength, then in terms of the strength they could exert, Zishang was still superior. Wind concept and fire concept. Baihao's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes vanish in the blink of an eye, and he spoke out with slight astonishment. Your discerning ability isn't bad. Zishang spoke indifferently. Wind concept and fire concept. Baihao's words caused many people present to be filled with bewilderment. Even though they'd never heard of this, but the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were instantly annihilated by Zishang had similarly caused them to be bewildered. Imperial Uncle, this disciple of yours is actually already capable of relying on wind concept and fire concept to advance the might of his fire concept. It's truly shocking. The Dark Han dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man by his side and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Chapter 708. Of course, there were many people present that knew the meaning of fueling fire concept with wind concept. Along with the discussion of some people that knew the situation, it wasn't long before everyone in the cage battle arena understood what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. So it turns out that fueling fire concept with wind concept is a type of ability that can rely on wind concept to activate and improve the might of fire concept. Zishang has actually comprehended such an ability. It's truly shocking. According to the experts present, very few martial artists below the void interpretation stage are able to comprehend such an ability. Zishang is the first void initiation stage martial artist they've seen that was able to comprehend such an ability. As expected of a young genius recommended by the Dark Han dynasty's imperial family. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the imperial family. Not to mention anything else, just these 2 people that appeared before everyone today are even stronger than the second prince. Similar discussions entered into Baihe's ears without missing a single word, and it caused Baihe's body to tremble as his fists were suddenly clenched together tightly. Zishang! Baihe gnashed his teeth as cold lights flickered within his eyes. He admitted that Baihao was stronger than him. But Zishang, this person that was of lowly birth in his eyes, had actually stepped on him now. How could he endure this? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang and Baihao attacked once more, and the battle was extremely intense. In terms of strength, if Zishang didn't utilize his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he was inferior to Baihao. But once he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, then he completely defeated Bai Hao. Of course, when he utilized his ability of fueling fire concept with wind concept, he required a certain amount of time to accumulate strength. It was precisely because of this that Bai Hao was able to grab onto this opportunity to suppress Zishang as much as possible and not allow Zishang to wantonly improve the might of his fire concept. With Zishang's current strength, he was at most able to improve his fire concept by 2 levels. But now, every time he improved a level, he wouldn't have the time to continue improving before he would be pestered by Bai Hao, and he was utterly unable to improve by 2 levels. After improving a level, his strength would be comparable to Bai Hao, and coupled with their combat experience and martial skills being on par, they were tied for a time. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian left the sky above the cage battle arena to return to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire sat, and he sat back by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian, who do you think will win? Su Li couldn't help but ask when he saw Duan Lingtian return. I can't tell. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said truthfully, based on the current situation, so long as Bai Hao doesn't give Zishang the chance to improve his fire concept by 2 levels, then it's not very likely for Zishang to defeat him. Whereas if he gives Zishang a chance, or if Zishang is able to seize the opportunity and improve his fire concept by 2 levels in one go, then it wouldn't be impossible for him to defeat Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian finished speaking in one breath. Su Li nodded in realization. He thought so too. Zhang! 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 Zishang held the zither with one hand while the essence energy in his other hand raged. The 2 states of wind and fire followed him like shadows. They continuously landed on the zither strings, giving off ear-piercing sounds. At the same time, numerous attacks that were like wind flame wheels ceaselessly swept towards Bai Hao. Boom! 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 When faced with Zishang's attacks over and over again, Bai Hao wasn't willing to show weakness. He used the spirit spear in his hand like a spirit rod, swinging it up and smashing it down over and over again, and he successively crushed Zishang's attacks. He didn't dare hesitate in the slightest, because he knew that once he gave Zishang an opportunity to seize, he would surely lose. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the battle was intense, and it caused the surrounding spectators to be dazzled. I truly never imagined that one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master, would actually possess such a formidable strength now. I wonder exactly what fortuitous encounter he obtained. Su Li's gaze was complicated as he sighed lightly. Su Li's words aroused the resonance of Duan Lingtian and Long Yun. Both of them were from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like Zishang, and each of them had a connection with Zishang. So their feelings were even greater. Duan Lingtian, who was originally silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed his spatial ring trembling lightly. Even though the frequency of trembling wasn't great, he still clearly sensed it. What's going on? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his mind sunk into the spatial ring. Instantly, the commotion within the storage space within the spatial ring caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. He noticed that the Devil Seal tablet that was originally placed at the side silently had suddenly seemed to have gone mad, and it ceaselessly collided with the storage space within the spatial ring. The things within the storage space were collided into a mess by it, and all the things scattered in all directions as if they'd become a pile of trash. This is, at the same time that Duan Lingtian's face froze, he couldn't help but recall that the storage space within his spatial ring had suffered an indescribable attack yesterday morning, and the things within it were all messed up and scattered all over the ground. At that time, he didn't know what was going on. Now, he completely understood that it turned out that it was the Devil Seal tablet that was playing tricks. What exactly is going on? When encountering something like this, Duan Lingtian was completely uncertain in his heart, as there was utterly no record of something like this in the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu. Logically speaking, the storage space within a spatial ring could only accommodate things that didn't have life, and this was the iron law of Cloud Continent. Whereas the Devil Seal tablet was a thing that didn't have life, and the soul within it had even been obliterated that day. Logically speaking, it was impossible for there to be any life within it. But now, the unusual actions of the Devil Seal Tablet caused Duan Lingtian to be slightly flustered. Based on the Devil Seal Tablet's actions, it wants to charge out of the spatial ring. But even though the Devil Seal Tablet's actions were great, it was unable to shake the storage space within the spatial ring. The firmness of the storage space exceeded the imagination of an ordinary person. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the desire to release the Devil Seal Tablet. But at practically the exact same moment, his intuition told him that if he were to take out the Devil Seal Tablet, it would absolutely not be a good thing. So, he restrained himself. Wait. There's surely a reason why the Devil Seal Tablet is acting like this. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and returned to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the two people that were fighting intensely in the sky above the cage battle arena. With a single glance, he noticed that something was off. The space between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian noticed that at this moment, a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows. The small black dot was still ceaselessly enlarging, and it seemed as if it was taking root and sprouting. What's that? Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck as he looked at the space between Zishang's brows. Meanwhile, he noticed that the Devil Seal Tablet within his spatial ring was moving even more strongly. Could it be that the unusual actions of the Devil Seal Tablet are related to the small black dot that's ceaselessly enlarging between Zishang's brows? When he thought up to here, Duan Lingtian felt it was slightly inconceivable. Even if it was the Emperor Wu of Samsara who'd experienced 2 lifetimes, he'd never encountered such a strange thing, yet now, he'd actually encountered it. Could it be that the small black dot that's appeared between Zishang's brows is related to the Devil Seal Tablet? Now, Duan Lingtian could only think like this. But after thinking for a long time, he was still unable to figure out exactly what was going on. Look, quickly. There seems to be something between Zishang's brows. That's a black-colored flame brand. Wait. I remember that Zishang didn't have this brand between his brows earlier. I remember that Zishang didn't have this brand between his brows earlier as well. What exactly is going on? The cage battle arena was in a state of panic as everyone was shocked by the strange scene before their eyes. A brand that had suddenly appeared out of thin air on a person's face, and it was such an obvious brand that caused everyone to shudder and feel their scalps go numb. At this moment, even if it was the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor, and the black-clothed old man by the emperor's side, their expressions couldn't help but become tense and extremely serious. Because the scene before their eyes similarly caused them to be astounded. That small black dot. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black-colored flame brand. After the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, Duan Lingtian's gaze had never left the space between Zishang's brows, and he clearly saw the changes between Zishang's brows. The Devil Seal Tablet seems to have gone even more berserk. Duan Lingtian noticed that after the small black dot between Zishang's brows transformed into a black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal Tablet within Zishang's spatial ring seemed as if it had gone mad and charged around randomly. If it wasn't for the space within the spatial ring being sufficiently firm, it would probably have already broken through. What exactly is the flame brand between Zishang's brows? Why is it capable of? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. But his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was covered in astonishment as if he'd seen something terrifying. At the same time, in the sky above the cage battle arena, Zishang, who had the black-colored flame brand between his brows, put down the zither with his left hand, and his right hand clenched into a fist without the slightest sign. Not many people noticed that at this moment, Zishang's eyes dimmed slightly. Subsequently, he took a step forward in a slightly stupefied manner. It was precisely this step that caused him to vanish before the eyes of everyone, and in the next moment, he'd already appeared behind Bai Hao. This caused Bai Hao to be unable to react in the slightest. Bang! At the same time, Zishang smashed out with his fist, and he didn't even rely on the amplification of his spirit weapon as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. Everywhere his iron fist passed, the sound of air exploding rose and fell successively, and the airflow in the air seemed as if it was completely sucked dry. The might of a single punch was earth-shattering. "Stay your hand." The expression of the Darkhan dynasty's emperor went grim as he shouted out in shock. On the other hand, the two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena had reacted as well, and they made a move successively with the intention of stopping Zishang. Even though they didn't know what had happened to Zishang, the strength contained within Zishang's fist caused them to feel terror from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Zishang wasn't a void initiation stage martial artist in their eyes any longer, and he was an existence that wasn't inferior to them. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two old men flashed out and pounced towards Zishang. But unfortunately, even though their speeds were swift, Zishang's speed was swifter, and a terrifying force raged and rose explosively with a single punch, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he smashed it towards Bai Hao. On the other hand, Bai Hao's expression instantly went grim when he heard the sound of the sky being torn apart. Chapter 709. Bang! Zishang vanished on the spot and appeared behind Bai Hao before swinging out his fist. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even though the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition had pounced towards Zishang in time, but with their speed, they were obviously unable to stop Zishang in time. "Stay your hand." Right when the Darkhan dynasty's emperor and the black-clothed old man by his side went grim and intended to make a move. Swish! A sword howl that appeared briefly instantly resounded out in the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the two of them stopped moving and seemed to have thought of something, causing them to heave a sigh of relief in unison as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. In the next moment, everyone saw Z decease, who smashed his fist towards Bai Hao, was blasted flying along with the brief howl of the sword, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood before his figure was barely able to stop himself. In the sky above Zishang, the numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes that hadn't had the time to completely condense into form were completely annihilated in the cradle along with Zishang swinging out his fist. "Thank you, Lord Wu Dao, for saving my life." Bai Hao, who'd survived the calamity, couldn't help but take a deep breath before looking at Feng Wu Dao, who sat on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, and then he bowed to express his gratitude. Even though the sword howl only appeared briefly and the origin energy sword light was difficult to capture, he was still able to guess that the person that made a move was surely Feng Wu Dao without a doubt. It was because at the critical moment earlier, amongst the experts present, only Feng Wu Dao possessed the strength to save him. Moreover, Feng Wu Dao himself was an extremely formidable sword cultivator. "Thank you, Big Brother Wu Dao, for lending a hand." Meanwhile, the Darkhan dynasty's emperor thanked Feng Wu Dao as well. "Yes." Feng Wu Dao nodded indifferently with a carefree expression, and it was as if he'd done something that wasn't important. But at this moment, his gaze descended onto the distant Zishang instead, and he frowned slightly. At that instant earlier, he even had a feeling. At that instant earlier, the strength contained within Zishang's fist was absolutely something that only a martial artist at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above could possess. When Zishang swung out his fist, he didn't utilize a spirit weapon or concept, and only pure origin energy caused Bai Hao to be unable to fight back at all. All of this is related to the black-colored flame brand between his brows. Feng Wu Dao guessed in his heart. This was the only explanation. Even though he didn't know what the flame brand that appeared out of nowhere between Zishang's brows represented, he was able to guess that it was an extremely terrifying thing. It was capable of allowing a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist to possess a strength at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage or above in the blink of an eye. Could it be something simple? Zishang wins. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the two old men heaved a sigh of relief in unison when they saw Feng Wu Dao interfering, and one of them announced as if he'd been relieved of a heavy burden. Along with the old man's announcement, everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered from their shock. As if they'd discussed this beforehand, the gazes of everyone present descended onto Zishang, who stood in the sky above the cage battle arena in unison. They still couldn't help but shudder when they recalled the scene just now. After the black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, it was as if he was possessed by something. Not only did he seem to have become a completely different person, he even instantly possessed a strength that completely surpassed Bai Hao. Moreover, looking at his attack just now, he didn't show the slightest mercy towards Bai Hao. Could it be that after the flame mark appears on Zishang's forehead, not only will his strength increase greatly, but he will also lose his rationality? It's too terrifying. It's simply like he's possessed by a devil. If it wasn't for Lord Wu Dao making a move in time, Bai Hao would probably have died at Zishang's hands. In the surroundings of the cage battle arena, waves of clamorous discussions were mixed with deep terror. Until now, when they recalled the changes that occurred on Zishang earlier, they still couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. That flame mark disappeared. Duan Lingtian, whose face was covered in shock and his gaze that never left Zishang from the beginning, suddenly noticed that the black flame mark between Zishang's brows was gradually fading away before vanishing. The Devil Seal tablet has stopped moving restlessly. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian noticed that the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring wasn't going crazy any longer, and it lay there silently without any movement. Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. The changes that occurred on Zishang earlier are greatly related to the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, Duan Lingtian completely confirmed it. Whoosh! After the flame mark between his brows vanished, Zishang's stiff face eased up slightly, and a wisp of a complacent smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. But in next to no time, his expression went grim as he repeatedly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Zishang's expression eased up after he hurriedly withdrew a healing medicinal pill and consumed it, and then he retreated to the side before looking at Duan Lingtian. Prince Hao, I'm injured, yet you're uninjured. I'll let you battle Duan Lingtian first. As he finished speaking, Zishang's face was filled with confidence, as if victory was within his grasp, and as if he firmly believed that he would surely obtain the first in the dynasty martial competition today. Bai Hao nodded, yet the gaze he looked at Zishang was filled with fear. Duan Lingtian, will battle in 15 minutes. After Bai Hao's gaze left Zishang, it locked onto Duan Lingtian and directly issued a challenge. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, at this moment, his thoughts were still on the changes in Zishang earlier, and he was unable to figure out exactly what had happened to Zishang earlier. It wasn't just Duan Lingtian, the others had similar thoughts as well. Zishang's change earlier was too strange. Zishang. Meanwhile, a void interpretation stage expert stared at Zishang with a burning gaze from a first-class spectating area, and he asked bluntly, "Can you tell us what ability you utilized earlier?" I felt that in that instant, your strength seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. It was as if you possessed a formidable strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. But, you seem to have lost all reason at that moment? Along with this void interpretation stage expert's voice sounding out, including Duan Lingtian, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena descended onto Zishang in unison, as they wanted to know how Zishang would answer. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, everyone from the imperial family below the emperor looked at Zishang with eyes filled with bewilderment. Big brother, what exactly happened? Ziyan's beautiful face was covered in worry, as the scene of Zishang losing all reason earlier caused her to feel uneasy in her heart. It was precisely because of this that she was unable to feel happy even if Zishang defeated Bai Hao. Actually, it's nothing. Right when most people thought that Zishang wouldn't expose his secret, Zishang spoke instead. What I executed earlier should be considered to be a secret technique. This secret technique is something I was born with, and every time I execute it, it's able to increase the strength contained within the origin energy in my body by a few times. Of course, this secret technique has an extremely great side effect. It's able to cause one to lose all reason. This is something that everyone ought to have seen earlier. Prince Hao, I've offended you earlier. At that moment, I wasn't able to control. Please forgive me. As he finished speaking, Zishang looked at Bai Hao and bowed slightly in apology. It's fine. I never imagined that you, Zishang, would actually know such a terrifying secret technique. But unfortunately, it's something you were born with, and others are unable to understand it. Bai Hao lightly shook his head and revealed his magnanimity, and as he finished speaking, he had an expression of pity. But Bai Hao's eyes contained deep meaning, and he obviously said one thing, yet did another, and he didn't believe Zishang. Zishang naturally noticed the deep meaning in Bai Hao's eyes, yet he didn't mind. So that's how it is. I truly never imagined that Zishang actually innately knew such a heaven-defying secret technique. If I knew a secret technique like this, then wouldn't my strength be able to increase by a few times as well? My God! Zishang knows such a secret technique. Doesn't that mean that so long as he utilizes the secret technique, then even if it's in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it's extremely likely for him to obtain the honor of first place? The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If it's really obtained by Zishang, then our Darkhan dynasty will be completely famous. The surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly, and many people were excited to the point their faces flushed red. As far as most people were concerned, since Zishang knew how to execute such a terrifying secret technique, then the first in the dynasty martial competition today would surely be his. Even if it was the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he might not have no chance of obtaining it. After witnessing the secret technique Zishang executed earlier, they were filled with confidence towards Zishang. Imperial Uncle, I really don't know how to describe this disciple of yours. But, it's truly the fortune of our Darkhan dynasty to have him. The Darkhan dynasty's emperor spoke to the black-clothed old man by his side. I didn't expect that there would be such a huge secret hidden in this little guy's body. The black-clothed old man shook his head and smiled, and his beaming face didn't reveal the slightest displeasure or blame. As far as he was concerned, since he was able to take in a personal disciple like this in his lifetime, even if he died now, he wouldn't have any regrets. Secret technique? Unlike most of the people in the cage battle arena that firmly believed Zishang's words, Duan Lingtian didn't believe it at all. Even though he didn't know much about secret techniques, there were many records of secret techniques in the memories of the 2 lifetimes that the Samsara Emperor Wu had experienced. Secret techniques were mostly the abilities of some specific races, and it was utterly impossible for ordinary human martial artists to grasp them. Not a single one of those secret techniques did not have shocking side effects. As far as he was concerned, if Zishang's change from before was because of that secret technique, then the side effects wouldn't be so simple. After all, it was a secret technique that was capable of allowing the strength of the origin energy in Zishang's body to increase by a few levels in one go. The side effect of such a secret technique was only losing one's reason. No matter if others believed it or not, he didn't believe it. Moreover, the biggest reason Duan Lingtian didn't believe it wasn't because of this, but mostly because of the Devil Seal tablet within his spatial ring. Now, he'd already completely confirmed that the changes that occurred on Zishang couldn't escape being related to the Devil Seal tablet. Chapter 710. Perhaps Zishang's words were able to deceive others, yet it was unable to deceive Duan Lingtian. I truly never imagined that Zishang had such ability. After the flame brand appeared between his brows, his strength had at least increased by a few times. The origin energy contained within the punch he swung out at Bai Hao earlier was at least at the 4th level of the void interpretation stage. As someone that had fused with the memories of 2 lifetimes of Emperor Wu, even if there wasn't a phenomenon of the heavens and the earth, Duan Lingtian was still able to discern this. Even though Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to admit it in his heart, he had to admit that he was absolutely not a match for Zishang at that moment. Looks like the fortuitous encounter Zishang obtained is extraordinary. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. When the black flame brand appeared between Zishang's brows and even erupted with a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert, he clearly noticed the expressions of the few people on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family. At that time, he knew that including Zishang's master, the few members of the imperial family seemed to have utterly not known that Zishang possessed such ability. He could be sure that Zishang's ability was something that only Zishang himself knew beforehand. Moreover, this ability ought to have come from Zishang's fortuitous encounter in the past. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, a voice sounded out by his ears, and it completely pulled Duan Lingtian back from his thoughts. It was Bai Hao who was in the sky above the cage battle arena that spoke out once more. "I'm fine." Obviously, Bai Hao had already rested well. Even though he was the loser in the battle from before, he wasn't the one that was injured because Feng Wudao had made a move in time to save him from Zishang. Now, after he consumed a medicinal pill and recovered his origin energy to its prime, he called out to Duan Lingtian to enter the arena to battle. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and didn't hesitate in the slightest to fly out and stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. Duan Lingtian had a calm expression as he looked at Bai Hao. Bai Hao, the young prince of the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, possessed a cultivation that surpassed the second prince, Bai He. He'd comprehended 9th-level fire concept, 2nd-level rod concept, and possessed a grade 3 spirit spear. He was a formidable opponent to Duan Lingtian. Of course, he was only to Duan Lingtian who didn't execute his soul skill, Thousand Illusions. Meanwhile, the spectators in the surroundings of Cage Battle Arena had moved their attention to Duan Lingtian and Bai Hao, who stood in confrontation to face to Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They knew that the matter with Zishang to Lingtian to Duan Tian s to speak to Duan to speak, Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, Duan Dudo speak to Dudo Duan to do, to Duan to fight. Dudo Duan Lingtian and Dudo Lingtian. They felt proud of Duan Lingtian all the way until now, because they were all people that represented the Darkstone Empire to the Darkhan dynasty. So they hoped that Duan Lingtian would be able to continue moving forward and defeat Bai Hao to obtain the second in the dynasty martial competition today. As for the first, they utterly didn't dare think about it now. The strength Zishang revealed caused them to feel shock that came from the bottom of their hearts. It had already exceeded the scope of a void initiation stage martial artist, and it wasn't something Duan Lingtian could go against. At least, Duan Lingtian couldn't now. The payout rate is really low. On the spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu returned to her seat and muttered. "Young miss, what's the payout rate for Brother Duan's battle?" Elder Kong asked curiously. "Only one. Feng Tianwu sighed. "Then how much did you bet on Brother Duan?" Elder Kong asked. "I naturally bet all the origin stones that Elder Brother Duan earned from 5,000 low-grade origin stones. There's a total of 13,000 low-grade origin stones." Feng Tianwu spoke as a matter of course. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he laughed bitterly. If Brother Duan wins this battle, then he'll be able to earn an extra 13,000 low-grade origin stones. It's not a small amount. The cage battle arena that was originally slightly clamorous gradually quieted down. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the violet-clothed young man and white-clothed young man stood in confrontation, and the battle was about to erupt at any moment. "Duan Lingtian. You and I will battle very soon. Even if you admit defeat, I'll surely trample on your dignity and make you unable to hold your head up high for your entire lifetime." Zishang stared fixedly at the violet-clothed young man as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Zishang's gaze, yet he paid no attention to it as his attention was completely converged onto Bai Hao, who stood before him. When he saw Bai Hao hadn't made a move for a long time, he decided to gain the initiative by striking first. that Zishang even dared to utilize such terrifying methods. Moreover, he casually fabricated a secret technique to disperse a group of curious people. Perhaps I can learn from him as well. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart and made a decision. At practically the instant he made a decision, Duan Lingtian moved. Whirlwind. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have transformed into an extremely swift gale that swept towards Bai Hao. When he saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and the origin energy on his body skyrocketed to finally transform into material flames that were on the verge of erupting, Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! As his figure shook, Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a dim light flashed into appearance in the depths of his eyes. Duan Lingtian's spiritual force didn't hesitate in the slightest, and in practically the blink of an eye, it fused into the soul brand in the depths of his soul. 1,000 illusions. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian directly utilized his soul skill that belonged solely to him. An unfathomable illusory space was instantly condensed into form, and then it enveloped towards Bai Hao and followed him like a shadow. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, Bai Hao was trapped within the illusory space created by the spiritual force of a second-level void interpretation stage martial artist as expected. In the world before Bai Hao's eyes, Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out to arrive nearby Bai Hao before attacking him. He naturally wouldn't sit there and wait for death, and the spirit spear in his hand abruptly swung out to instantly smash out. In reality, outside the illusory space, Duan Lingtian hadn't even approached Bai Hao when he'd already moved to the side, and he arrived behind Bai Hao in a short moment. What's going on? Right at this moment, a strange scene occurred in the eyes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. They saw Bai Hao not only didn't dodge when Duan Lingtian flashed behind him, he didn't even turn around, and he instead swung the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand before fiercely smashing it towards the air before him. Has this Bai Hao gone mad? Many people were dumbstruck. Bang! Right at this moment, Duan Lingtian, who'd moved behind Bai Hao, raised his hand and slapped out with his palm to strike Bai Hao's back, and it directly heavily injured Bai Hao and blasted him flying. Pooh! Bai Hao's figure trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew out like an arrow that left the bow before stopping in midair in a slightly sorry state. His eyes were filled with rage as he shouted coldly, "Who launched a surprise attack against me?" But in next to no time, he was stunned. Because when he turned around, he noticed that the person that heavily injured him was actually Duan Lingtian. How could this be possible? Bai Hao had a dumbstruck expression, and he didn't dare believe that everything before his eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was obviously fighting him head-on earlier, and it was precisely because he was fighting Duan Lingtian head-on that he didn't pay attention to his back, causing him to be launched a surprise attack. But when he was blasted flying by the surprise attack, he noticed that the Duan Lingtian he fought had vanished, and another Duan Lingtian had appeared instead. Moreover, it was the person that launched a surprise attack against him. He was 100% sure that it was absolutely impossible for the Duan Lingtian he fought earlier to instantly circle around behind him and launch a surprise attack against him. At this moment, if it wasn't for only a single Duan Lingtian remaining, he would even think that Duan Lingtian had another twin brother. What happened earlier? The surroundings of the cage battle arena were in an uproar now. The scene that occurred earlier caused them to be filled with bewilderment. Originally, when they saw Duan Lingtian charging towards Bai Hao, they thought that the two of them would fight head-on, but in the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had moved behind Bai Hao instead. They'd seen all of this clearly. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. Bai Hao had actually abandoned Duan Lingtian and attacked the air, as if the air was his opponent. At that moment, they even felt that Bai Hao had gone mad. Subsequently, they saw that under the circumstances that Bai Hao wasn't on guard at all, he was heavily injured by Duan Lingtian's palm strike, and he was blasted flying and directly defeated. Of course, they felt that there was a reason why Bai Hao lost. So long as it was a discerning person, they would be able to discern that with Bai Hao's current state, it was impossible for him to continue battling Duan Lingtian. They wouldn't have discussed beforehand and put on an act together, right? Impossible. By how is the young prince of our Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, how could he possibly act rashly in a situation like this? If they aren't putting on an act, then can you explain what happened earlier? The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and they were stunned by the strange scene that occurred earlier. Of course, there was no lack of void interpretation stage inscription masters present, and every time they watched the battle, they would unconsciously stretch out their spiritual force. Earlier, at the instant Bai Hao attacked the air, they'd obviously sensed a material spiritual force envelop Bai Hao. Right when they wanted to investigate the depth of that spiritual force, Bai Hao had already been heavily injured and blasted flying by Duanling Tian. Whereas that spiritual force vanished without a trace along with this. Old Lu, what ability do you think that was? I don't know. It seems to be a type of ability executed with spiritual force. Not only that, that spiritual force isn't weak, and it's Duanling Tian's spiritual force. That spiritual force ought to be at the second level of the void interpretation stage without a doubt. I truly never imagined that a mere 9th level void initiation stage martial artist like Duanling Tian would actually possess such a formidable spiritual force. Perhaps he obtained some fortuitous encounter. But this is only secondary. Most importantly, it's the ability he executed earlier. Elder Kong, amongst all of us inscription masters, your spiritual energy is the strongest. Have you noticed anything? An illusory realm soul skill is a soul skill that utilizes spiritual force to construct an illusory space. With a single thought, one is able to seal one within the illusory space and be at the mercy of the user. The ghastly and aged voice sounded out once more. Zishang's pupils constricted as he gasped in his heart. In this way, when I carried out the battle of the 2-year agreement with him in the 7-star sword sect that day, he utilized this illusory realm soul skill to cause me to be in such a sorry state. Moreover, he even caused others to think that I'd gone mad. When he recalled the scene that occurred on the life and death arena at the peak of the 7-star sword sect's Dubhe peak all those years ago, Zishang's face went completely gloomy. At that time, he thought that Duanling Tian had executed some sort of demonic technique. Yet never had he imagined that it was actually an illusory realm soul skill. Elder Ghost. Zishang's tone contained slight fear. Duanling Tian is able to execute such a terrifying soul skill. Doesn't that mean that I'll lose the battle with him for sure? I'm unwilling. As he finished speaking, Zishang had an unwilling expression. Humph. Do you really think that illusory realm soul skill is invincible in the world? The ghastly and aged voice grunted in a low voice, and then it continued. An illusory realm soul skill is only effective against a person whose spiritual force is inferior to or similar to the person's spiritual force and isn't an inscription master. So long as you allow me to temporarily control your body, then my incomplete soul will fuse into your soul. At that time, even though your spiritual force is unable to compare to my prime, it would far surpass this kid's 2nd-level void interpretation stage spiritual force, and his soul skill would be utterly unable to be of any use against you. As he finished speaking, the ghastly and aged voice was filled with disdain. Zishang was instantly overjoyed when he heard this. Since it's like this, then I'll trouble you, Elder Ghost. Remember your promise to me. Otherwise, even if I, Ghost Flame, risk the destruction of my incomplete soul, I won't let you have an easy time. You ought to know that I have the ability. Suddenly, the ghastly and aged voice changed to a threatening tone. Yes, yes. Zishang hurriedly replied, and he didn't dare dally in the slightest. Even though it was only a strand of an incomplete soul that was concealed in the depths of his mind that was unable to seize control of his body, but he was clearly aware of the origins and ability of this incomplete soul. He knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure, and it was a double-edged sword in his hand. If used well, he could kill 1,000 enemies. If used poorly, he would injure himself greatly. Duan Ling Tian. Perhaps you've never imagined even in your dreams that your illusory realm soul skill is utterly incapable of being of any use before me, right? So long as Elder Ghost's incomplete soul temporarily fuses with my soul and obtains temporary control of my body, then my spiritual force will far surpass you. Zishang stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as a wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At this moment, his heart that was in his throat because he saw Duan Ling Tian execute his demonic technique once more was completely at ease, and he was fearless. Duan Ling Tian, what did you do to me earlier? Bai Hao stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as he asked with a low voice. Along with Bai Hao asking this question, besides the group of void interpretation stage inscription masters including Elder Kong, the gazes of everyone present including Feng Wudao descended onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. For a time, Duan Ling Tian became the center of attention as expected. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian who'd become the center of attention was prepared since long ago, and he said unhurriedly, my situation is similar to Zishang's. I know an innate secret technique as well. Duan Ling Tian's words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to seethe with excitement. A secret technique again? He wouldn't be deliberately mystifying himself, right? When Zishang executed his secret technique, a flame brand would appear between his brows at any rate, and he would instantly possess a strength comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. Whereas I'm utterly unable to discern any clues about the secret technique he executed. His secret technique wouldn't be to cause Bai Hao to instantly seem to have gone mad, right? It ought to be to cause Bai Hao to hallucinate. If it's really like that, then this secret technique is too strange. Even though many people felt that the appearance of these two secret techniques was truly too much of a coincidence, there weren't many people that doubted Duan Ling Tian's words. After all, they were utterly unable to explain everything that had occurred earlier. Secret technique? Duan Ling Tian knows a secret technique as well. Moreover, it's such a strange secret technique. Looks like Duan Ling Tian still has the chance to compete for the first in the dynasty martial competition with Zishang. The gazes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire lit up. Originally, they didn't hold any hope towards Duan Ling Tian obtaining the first in the dynasty martial competition. After all, Duan Ling Tian had relied on his secret technique to reveal a strength that caused them to tremble with fear. Now, Duan Ling Tian had relied on his secret technique to execute an ability that caused them to be shocked, so hope arose once more in their hearts, and they were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. Secret technique? Of course, there were also a small number of people that doubted Duan Ling Tian's words. Is there really such a coincidence? Imperial Uncle, do you believe it? The Dark-Han dynasty's emperor asked the black-clothed old man by his side. The black-clothed old man shook his head. It's impossible for it to be so coincidental. But, I'm temporarily unable to explain why he's capable of causing Hao to hallucinate at that instant. This Duan Ling Tian is too strange. The second prince, Bai He, frowned and said with a low voice, if he really seizes the first in the dynasty martial competition, then where would the face of our Dark-Han dynasty's imperial family be? This doesn't matter. The emperor seemed to be extremely open-minded and didn't care about the past in the slightest. No matter who obtains the first in the dynasty martial competition today, they're all citizens of our Dark-Han dynasty, and they'll be participating in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties for our Dark-Han dynasty 1 year from now. At the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan. Chapter 712. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot towards Elder Kong. Help me bet the 100,000 low-grade origin stones within it on that kid Ling Tian, 100,000 low-grade origin stones? The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched as he received the spatial ring, and he was slightly speechless. At this moment, he really wanted to reply directly. Didn't you say I was fooling around? Father. So many low-grade origin stones, aren't you afraid elder brother Duan will lose? Feng Tianwu was shocked by Feng Wudao's extravagance as well. If that kid dares to lose, then I won't marry my precious daughter to him. Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. Father. What are you talking about? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face flushed red as she lowered her head and spoke shyly. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know the situation at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, nor did he know that Feng Wudao had bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones heavily on him in the battle between him and Zishang. If he knew, he would surely feel even more pressure. The third in the dynasty martial competition today is obtained by Bai Hao. He's obtained 20,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. Meanwhile, one of the old men that was in charge of presiding in the sky above the cage battle arena passed a spatial ring to Bai Hao before announcing. After Bai Hao left, Zishang's figure flashed out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment, and he stood in confrontation with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, do you need to rest? Zishang glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Lingtian, and a wisp of disdain suffused the corners of his mouth. So as to avoid saying I had an unfair advantage after I defeat you. Defeat me? Duan Lingtian said indifferently, Zishang, looks like you're still as confident as before. I remember that during the battle on the peak of the seven-star sword Sex Fecta peak all those years ago, you seemed to be so confident as well, but the outcome was that you lost, a crushing defeat. Humph. It's impossible for the miracle from all those years ago to appear once more today. Zishang's face sank when he heard Duan Lingtian mention the past that was unbearable to recall, and he grunted coldly. That might not be the case. Duan Lingtian continued. Even though he'd already thrown caution to the wind and intended to directly use his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, against Zishang. However, when he thought about the sudden increase in strength after the strange black flame mark appeared between Zishang's brows, he had to admit that he was still a little worried in his heart. He was worried that Zishang's spiritual energy would increase as his strength increased. If Zishang's spiritual power could increase accordingly, he would have no chance of winning unless a miracle happened. It could be said that he was gambling on this battle. He was betting that Zishang's mental strength would not increase as his strength increased. You'll know soon enough. Zishang's gaze went slightly cold as the origin energy on his body raged and leaped about, and it seemed to have transformed into a ball of white-colored flames that enveloped him within it. He didn't have the intention of withdrawing his zither. Looks like you're planning to directly use your secret technique? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. You're very smart. Unfortunately, you'll definitely lose today. I'll let you know that going against me will be the nightmare of Duan Lingtian's life. Zishang's words were extremely arrogant as his white clothes fluttered without the wind, and he was prepared to attack at any moment. Meanwhile, a worker of the cage battle arena appeared on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkhan dynasty's imperial family, and he bowed respectfully and reverently to the emperor. What is it? The emperor frowned. Your Majesty, the Feng clan's Lord Wudao has bet 100,000 low-grade origin stones in this final battle. The worker took a deep breath and spoke slowly. 100,000 low-grade origin stones? Immediately, everyone, including the emperor, who was sitting with the emperor, was shocked. Yes. The worker nodded. Who did he bet on? The black-clothed old man frowned as he asked. Duan Lingtian. The worker spoke again. Looks like he's extremely confident towards Duan Lingtian. But unfortunately, he's probably going to be disappointed. The black-clothed old man sneered. Imperial uncle, you seem to be extremely confident towards Zishang. This Duan Lingtian has an innate secret technique to rely on. The emperor spoke. He was slightly bewildered by the old man's confidence towards Zishang. Even though he felt that Zishang's chances of winning were great as well, he didn't have such great confidence like the old man. Zishang told me earlier that he's unafraid of Duan Lingtian's secret technique. The old man spoke. So that's how it is. The emperor nodded with sudden understanding, and then he revealed a smile. In this way, Zishang's battle is in the bag. Looks like Feng Wudao is going to bleed this time. At this moment, the gazes of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended onto Duan Lingtian and Zishang, who were in confrontation in the sky above the cage battle arena. Most people held their breaths as they waited for the final battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang. They knew. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Zishang would decide the ownership of the first in the dynasty martial competition today. A battle between two young geniuses that possess secret techniques. This battle will surely be extremely exciting. Who do all of you think has a greater chance of winning? I think Zishang has a greater chance. After all, when Zishang makes a move, his strength is comparable to a void interpretation stage expert. I think Duan Lingtian has a chance of winning as well. His secret technique is extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Most people felt that Zishang had a greater chance of winning, and there was also a small portion of people that felt Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning. In the sky above the cage battle arena, two old enemies had met once more after a few years, and they stood on the battle stage. Last time, Duan Lingtian had used his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, to completely crush Zishang, causing Zishang to flee in defeat. What would be the result of today? At this moment, not to mention the others, even Duan Lingtian didn't dare be sure of the outcome. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that a small black dot had appeared out of thin air between Zishang's brows, and the small black dot was ceaselessly enlarging. Duan Lingtian, I know you're able to rely on your spiritual force to execute an illusory realm soul skill. The storage ring on his hand, which was already trembling slightly, actually started to tremble even more intensely at this moment. It was obvious that the Devil Seal tablet was rebelling again. It was as if it had been injected with chicken blood. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian no longer had any scruples as he swept his spiritual power out in an attempt to find out how strong Zishang was. Unfortunately, before his spiritual power could even get close to Zishang, it was as if it had hit cotton, and completely disappeared without a trace. How could this be? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, based on the current situation, Duan Lingtian didn't have time to think too much because Zishang had already made his move. Whoosh! Zishang flew straight towards Duan Lingtian, and his speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian couldn't react in time. When Duan Lingtian reacted, Zishang was already in front of him. Boom! Zishang raised his hand, and his iron fist flew through the air, causing a deafening explosion as it smashed towards Duan Lingtian. Sword drawing technique. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only had time to raise his sword and block Zishang's iron fist. Bang! The iron fist smashed onto Duan Lingtian's spirit sword, and it directly dispersed the origin energy on the spirit sword, causing it to tremble violently. Chapter 713. Fortunately, when Zishang's iron fist smashed over, Duan Lingtian had slightly let go of the hand that held the sword. Otherwise, his entire arm might have been crippled. A Grade 3 spirit sword could continuously break under the bombardment of Zishang's strength, but his arm couldn't. Even if he possessed an extraordinary cultivation, his body was still made of flesh and blood, and it was utterly impossible for him to compare with a spirit weapon. Whoosh! From the moment Duan Lingtian drew his sword to being injured by Zishang's punch, it had only occurred in the blink of an eye, whereas, the phenomenon in the sky above Duan Lingtian was slowly condensing into form as well. The 30-plus ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't completely appeared when Duan Lingtian had already executed the movement technique, whirlwind, and retreated to the distance in a sorry state. Even though the blood on the web of his hand that held the sword had been stopped by his origin energy, he still felt his entire arm go numb, and he was unable to exert the slightest strength. Fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage. Duanling Tian could not help but gasp as he looked at Zishang, who had a pair of lifeless eyes like a puppet. When Zishang attacked Bai Hao earlier, he'd suspected that Zishang's strength was at the fourth level of the Void Interpretation Stage or above. Now, he'd experienced it himself and completely confirmed it. Even though Zishang's iron fist that smashed out like a cannonball only contained origin energy, the strength of this origin energy was comparable to a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist. No matter if it was a spirit weapon or concept, a fourth-level Void Interpretation Stage martial artist was capable of exerting the strength of 60 ancient horned dragons when using only origin energy. Such strength was almost 2 times the strength of Duan Lingtian's full strength. Instantly, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, extremely arrogant laughter sounded out abruptly from the depths of the mind of Zishang, who was like a puppet, yet it didn't sound out. If Duan Lingtian heard this arrogant laughter, he would surely be able to discern that this laughter belonged to Zishang himself. Even though Zishang didn't have control over his body now, he was still able to see everything in the outside world. Ghost Elder, even if you can't kill him, I hope you can seriously injure him. I want to step on his head and ruthlessly humiliate him, letting him know the difference between him and me. Zishang's voice continued to reverberate, and it was filled with ruthlessness. Are you ordering me around? The sinister and old voice harumphed coldly, sounding very displeased. No. I'm begging you, Ghost Elder. Zishang immediately panicked. Although the old man's remnant soul couldn't take over his body, the old man could use self-mutilation to turn him into an idiot. That wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, to a certain extent, the old man's existence could be considered one of his trump cards. This trump card was very useful. Just like now. Originally, it was utterly impossible for him to go against Duan Lingtian's illusory realm soul skill with his spiritual force at the 9th level of the Void Initiation Stage. But it was precisely because of the existence of the old man's remnant soul that not only did it allow him to escape calamity, it even allowed him to willfully crush Duan Lingtian. Even though his body wasn't controlled by him now, he still felt extremely satisfied, as if the person that crushed Duan Lingtian from all directions wasn't Ghost Elder but himself. After his strength increased to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage, his spiritual force increased along with it. My soul skill is utterly useless against him. Since my soul skill is useless, it also means that it's not very likely for me to defeat him. Duan Lingtian stared at Zishang from afar, who had a soulless gaze, and he had an expression of fear. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that the person controlling Zishang's body now wasn't Zishang, but another extremely terrifying existence. Merely a strand of the remnant soul was capable of allowing Zishang's 9th level Void Interpretation Stage origin energy and spiritual force to directly improve to the 4th level of the Void Interpretation Stage. 1,000 illusions. A dim light flickered within the eyes of Duan Lingtian, who didn't believe it, and he executed his soul skill once more. But unfortunately, his spiritual force had just constructed a completely new illusory space when it was directly shattered at the instant it came into contact with Zishang. Duan Lingtian's secret technique seems to be useless against Zishang. A Void Interpretation Stage inscription master that had been stretching out his spiritual force since the beginning couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Even though he didn't know what Duan Lingtian's secret technique was. But his spiritual force was able to notice that Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was directly crushed when it approached Zishang, and it was utterly unable to execute the secret technique. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless against Zishang. The words of this inscription master quickly spread out. At the beginning, most people only knew a little. In the end, through the explanations of the other inscription masters, everyone came to a sudden understanding and knew that the secret technique Duan Lingtian executed was closely related to spiritual force. I never imagined that Duan Lingtian is still capable of releasing his spiritual force. Looks like he's an inscription master as well. Such a monstrous genius in the martial Tao is actually an inscription master. His natural talent is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian's secret technique is useless, yet Zishang's secret technique is. Looks like there's no suspense in this battle. Zishang will surely win. The entire cage battle arena was filled with similar discussions, and more than 90% of the people felt that Duan Lingtian would lose without a doubt. Brother Duan is in big trouble this time. Elder Kong took a deep breath, and his eyes contained slight fear mixed within. Elder Brother Duan. Feng Tianwu had a worried expression. Only Feng Wu Dao had a calm expression as he looked at the scene before him, and it was as if the matter had nothing to do with him. He completely didn't have the intention of helping Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, if you're really unable to defeat him, then admit defeat. There's no need to persist. Obtaining the second in the dynasty martial competition is already not bad. Everyone from the Dark Stone Empire, including the King of Yong, persuaded him via voice transmission one after another. Congratulations Imperial Uncle, you've taken a peerlessly good disciple. The Dark Han Dynasty's emperor congratulated the black-clothed old man by his side. This is the fortune of our Dark Han Dynasty. The old man tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but his excited eyes had imperceptibly betrayed him. You're right. With Zishang's strength, it isn't difficult for him to stand out in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It's even to the extent that relying on his secret technique, it's extremely likely that he'll be able to charge for the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. As he spoke up to hear, the emperor had an excited expression. The first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? What sort of honor was that? A young expert that obtained this honor would also mean that the young expert would become the #1 young expert in the 10 great dynasties including the Dark Han dynasty, and the young expert's name would spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and go down in history. When he thought of how his personal disciple had the opportunity to obtain such an honor, the excitement in the black-clothed old man's eyes grew deeper. If his disciple was really able to obtain the first in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then as the master, his name would surely spread throughout the 10 great dynasties and be known by future generations. When one lived, one had to live with vigor. If one was able to leave behind some traces in this world, then even if one died in the future or transformed into a pile of dirt, one wouldn't have the slightest regret. Brother. Ziyan looked at Zishang with a face filled with adoration, and her pink fists were clenched tightly from excitement. Why? Why don't I have a secret technique like this to rely on? On the other hand, the second prince of the Dark Han dynasty, Bai He, who sat by Ziyan's side stared at Zishang with an expressionless face, yet the depths of his gaze seemed to contain boundless envy mixed within. If it was said that there was someone that was comparatively composed on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Dark Han dynasty, then it would only be Bai Hao. Even though he'd successively lost at the hands of Zishang and Duan Lingtian, Bai Hao wasn't dejected in the slightest, and his entire body was instead filled with battle intent. He was a person that became stronger when facing a strong opponent, and during these past few years of wandering in the various dynasties, he'd already become indifferent to victory and defeat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such a shocking cultivation at such an age. Swoosh! Zishang moved, and he once again transformed into a white bolt of lightning that arrived before Duan Lingtian in a short moment. Bang! He smashed out with his fist once more, and the origin energy that skyrocketed seemed to have transformed into dazzling and gorgeous fireworks that gave rise to a wave of continuous sounds of air exploding as it swept towards Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian utterly didn't have the time to dodge, and he could only swing out his sword once more. At the same time, the origin energy beneath his feet skyrocketed, causing the sound of wind and thunder to explode out as he hurriedly utilized the force to flee. Bang! This time, Zishang's fist descended like a meteor, and it directly blasted the Grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Lingtian's hand flying. Swoosh! The palm of Duan Lingtian's hand that held the sword was blasted open once more, and it caused fresh blood to drip from it. Could it be that I really have to admit defeat? At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. At this moment, Zishang was utterly not someone he could go against, and he'd utilized all his ability earlier, yet he was still unable to gain the slightest advantage. A strength comparable to a 4th-level void interpretation stage martial artist was too terrifying. The strength of 60 ancient horned dragons attacked, and it was extremely shocking. He didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. Admit defeat. Right when Zishang moved once more and transformed into a bolt of lightning that flashed towards Duan Lingtian once more, a clear voice transmission sounded out by Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian was able to discern that this was Feng Wudao's voice transmission. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart, then he opened his mouth and was already intending to admit defeat. Right at this moment, the spatial ring on Duan Lingtian's finger that ceaselessly trembled caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being slightly hesitant. What's actually going on with the Devil Seal tablet? Why would it become restless after the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows? At this moment, the Devil Seal tablet within the spatial ring gave Duan Lingtian the feeling of a hunter that was impatient to kill its prey after discovering it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian understood the pattern of the Devil Seal tablet's restlessness to a certain extent. After the small black dot became the black-colored flame brand, the Devil Seal tablet became even more restless, and now that Zishang had attacked him, the Devil Seal tablet seemed as if it had gone mad, and it ran randomly within the space within the spatial ring. It wants to come out just like that? In a flash, a crazy thought arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. I wonder what terrifying thing will happen if I take out the Devil Seal tablet. The Devil Seal tablet was something Duan Lingtian obtained from the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom all those years ago. He still remembered that the place he obtained the Devil Seal tablet was an underground palace. At that time, his body was almost seized by the strand of soul sealed within the Devil Seal tablet. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.